Okay. Ah. At least the air conditioning is on.
Yep. There you go. Uh-oh. Oh, that's the flies are missing too.
Yeah, let's get the update. Let's see what's going on.
I'm not on. Yeah, you're not even. This doesn't come up on we in the town. No, it should. Why? I don't know. We're too old to figure that out. Yes. Yes, I'm like, why is this?
All right, not enough. Oh. Oh.
Everyone ready? Everyone good?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to planning board meeting for Monday, April 13th, 2026. Gonna do quick roll call here. Nat Lowell,
Here.
Joe Topham,
Here.
Hillary Rayport,
Here.
Stephen Welch,
Sure.
Abby DiMolina. Abby?
She might be late.
Yep, might be late.
Fourth.
Howard Max.
Here.
Great. Staff members, Leslie Snell, Meg Trudell, William Saad.
Here.
Catherine and Sarah.
Here.
Great. I would accept the motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by, oh, we don't have to, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
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 First off, is a response to a question during public comment from the
Two
Civic,
meetings ago.
from the Civic League. So I'd like to apologize for the delay in this response, but here it is. In response to the Civic League's public comment on February the 9th regarding Article 38 of the 2025 annual town meeting, which proposed rezoning of 7, 9, and 11 North Water Street from ROH to CDT, I'd like to provide some context for the planning board's position. Property owners frequently request planning board support for zoning changes, and the board evaluates those requests based on whether they align with the sound planning principles. When they do, the board may choose to sponsor or support such article. In the case of Article 38, the rationale for the planning board sponsorship is grounded in both historical context and current planning considerations. These properties were previously located within the limited commercial district, which extended along portions of North Water Street, Easton Street, and North Beach Street. The area has long supported a concentration of inns, guest houses, reflecting an established pattern of lodging use along this corridor. Examples in the immediate vicinity include the Periwinkle, the Brass Lantern, the Veranda House, the Chapman House, the Seven Seas Inn, Century House, White Elephant Residence, Nantucket Hotel, Brand Point Inn, among others. This existing cluster underscores the appropriateness of similar uses in this location. At the same time, the number of guest rental rooms on Nantucket has declined over time. The importance of visitor economy is also recognized in the HDC Act. reinforcing the relevance of maintaining and supporting lodging opportunities in appropriate areas. Additionally, the zoning bylaw was amended to allow inns and guest houses by special permit within a quarter mile of the CDT district, reflecting a policy decision to support these uses near the downtown core. It is also important to note that the inns and guest houses in the downtown area have taken proactive steps to discourage personal vehicle use, and the planning board decisions routinely include conditions aiming at limiting vehicle traffic, including discouraging ferry-based car travel. While the CDT district allows greater density, such as increased ground cover and building height by special permit, any proposed development remains subject to review by the Historic District Commission. The HDC evaluates projects based on historic context, scale, and massing, and compliance with zoning does not guarantee approval. Although a similar rezoning proposal was previously brought before town meeting and not approved, it is not uncommon for proposals to be revisited as conditions evolve, as new voters bring different perspectives. Finally, these properties directly abut the CDT and sit at the edge of the commercial downtown, where a mixed use already exists, including not only lodging, but also the yacht club, retail establishments, real estate offices, restaurants, the White Elephant, and the White Heron Theater. For these reasons, the planning board determined that sponsoring Article 38 was consistent with both historical use of the area and the broader planning objectives. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
I think you can make a comment. I'm not sure that,
Good
yeah.
conversation, actually.
right, I don't think a conversation's appropriate, no. But a comment's welcome.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately,
Maureen, just state your name, please.
I'm sorry, Maureen Phillips, Vice President, Civic League. Unfortunately, David, I appreciate that response on the details about why the planning board decided to support that particular article, but that was not the issue that we brought forward. The issue we brought forward was the fact that the planning board did not disclose who had come to the planning board and sought their approval. So that's one thing. There was a layer in between that was not disclosed to town meeting. And secondly, the fact that there was history in the past. I don't think you can expect the residents to go through past warrants to try and figure out whether someone has brought this forward or not. And I think it's very important that when you choose to support something, and I don't quarrel with your rationale in the slightest for why you decided to support that particular article, the fact that we, the voters, did not know someone else had brought that to you, and you had therefore approved a private interest in asking for that change. And I think that is what we are looking for. And I thought we had made that very clear. And that's what we want to see at town meeting. We first brought this to you all with a letter to Ms. Snell and with copies, I think, to all of you back in, I want to say, October, November. We wrote again in January, and then I finally came to speak in February. So it's taken a very long time to get a response, which again, I do appreciate, but it's not, you did not respond to the question we raised.
Okay. Yep. And I do apologize for the delay in the response, and we will look to get you the information you seek. To get the information you seek. Yes. All right, is there more public comment? For anything not on the agenda? All righty then. We are going to move to minutes. We are going to remove March 9th and March 12th from this list. And so I would look for a motion to that will cover January 12th, all of these are 2026, January 12th, January 15th, January 29th, February 2nd, February 9th, March 6th, and March 16th.
Did we have February 2nd in our packet?
I don't have February 2nd listed here. Oh, yeah, I do.
You just read it.
Yes.
I didn't review
Did
them.
we not have it in the packet? It's in the packet.
Oh, okay, it didn't download for me, so. Did everybody else get February 2nd? I didn't get it. Maybe it was distributed, added later after I downloaded.
Actually, to be honest with you, don't show it in my packet. Okay, so let's continue February 2nd as well.
And then I had it
Okay,
in the 16th,
okay, yep.
March 16th, just misspelling of my name and in the.
I thought this was important stuff.
That's not a big deal. I don't know, you know, so it really doesn't matter, but it just kind of made me laugh. Okay.
They're checking to make sure you were reading them.
Yeah, I got him.
Alrighty then. Would you like that to be corrected before we vote that in?
Don't, really doesn't bother. me,
Okay,
just,
all right.
I think Billy said,
All right.
didn't you say you're gonna upload it?
Uploaded it.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
I would also like to point out that it is fair game for some reasonable edits on these, but we are supposed to have these minutes approved and out and available within a month of the meeting. And as this list reflects, we are not doing well at that. So I would really like us as a board to keep that in mind, and that minutes don't reflect every utterance in a meeting, but should just generally reflect the spirit of the meeting. We have videos we can go back to. So on that note, I would accept a motion on all these minutes except for February 2nd, March 6th. I'm sorry, March 9th, March 12th.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. On to second dwellings.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have a question about the letter. It's a general question, not related to the property, but I
Okay.
think there might need to be a technical correction in the new letter that's supporting secondary dwellings.
Okay.
So this is the letter, Dear Mr. Murphy, that we include with all secondary dwellings. And under number 1, it says in the first paragraph, the 2 dwelling units is subject to the Nantucket Historical Neighborhood Commission. So I think that's probably supposed to be the Nantucket Housing Needs Covenant.
Yes.
Because I don't think we have a Nantucket Historical Neighborhood Commission.
You know what it is?
Why not?
The old letter references the NHNC.
Yeah. That's how
I don't remember ever typing that up, but never mind. We'll
Yeah.
get that fixed.
and the ones from the last meeting, they all said this too. So I don't know if we need a motion to correct that or if you can just do it. Thank you.
I can make that
But
correct.
I spent a little while puzzling over that one.
Curveball. Okay. So we're good with that.
Yeah, and then I'd like to make a motion to approve the secondary dwelling application for 31 Daffodil
Great.
with that correction.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Okay, A&Rs, we're gonna hold off the Irony Nominee Trust for public hearing. Does anyone have any questions or any pullouts on the rest? So we have Town of Nantucket, Joanne Bennett, Orleans Road, portion of 27 Monomoy Road. We have Hakuna Matata Realty Trust at 6 Emily Street. We've got 11 Alexandria LLC, 11 Alexandria Drive. We have Carlton A. Phillips Revocable Trust at 19 Folger Ave. And we have 6 Rugged Road Realty Trust, Matthew and Ruby Fee, 6 and 2 Rugged Road at 58 Fairgrounds Road.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Second.
All in favor?
Sorry,
Oh.
I just had one question. I didn't understand 3 First Way. I just really didn't understand what the driveway arrangement was that was permitted. And I couldn't tell what was being changed.
Wait,
That's a public hearing.
that's a public hearing. That's coming up.
Looking at my list. Okay, good.
You have plenty of time.
Okay, good.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that was unanimous.
Yes.
Great. Okay, on to public hearings. We have 2 withdrawals without prejudice that we're gonna vote together here. One is, Richard Bedett, trustee at 10 Marble Way, 48 Noble Farm Road, has requested, withdrawal without prejudice. And, Anthony Joseph Milano Senior and Lucy Joe Milano at 8 Finback have requested to withdraw without prejudice. Entertain a motion on those?
Motion to withdraw without prejudice
Of those two.
Of those 2.
of those 2.
Okay.
Second.
All right, motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. All in favor?
Aye.
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 That's unanimous. Okay, and then we have a number of continued here. We have Woodland, Nantucket Woodland Limited Partnership at 1313A Woodland Drive, which will be continued to May 11th, 2026. We have White Elephant Hotel LLC, 19 North Water Street, will be continued to May 11th, 2026. We have Nantucket Island Resorts LLC, 3 Elephant Way, continued to May 11th, 2026. And we have 6 Rugged Road Realty Trust, Matthew Fee, trustee, 58 Fairgrounds Road, continued to May 11th, 2026. I have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Nat, seconded by Hillary. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous. Okay, we are on to the Irony Trust. I am gonna name Howard as alternate, I can't even speak, alternate on this. At 69 Fairgrounds Road. Is there somebody representing this, Meg? Oh, is he online?
No, Arthur's back.
Oh, Arthur. Who?
Well, Art Gasparo did the application, but Arthur
Okay.
Reed did reach out to me and said
Okay.
he wanted to be recognized
Okay,
as
great.
well. So I'm bringing both over.
Okay, great.
This is a good one. Like these.
This is a covenant,
We
right?
haven't had many of these lately. This is where we want this stuff to be. I can't get it out.
Thank you.
Welcome, Arthur.
This is an application for a covenant lot to be created on the subject property, secondary residential lot, to put the cottage that is at the rear of the property on a separate lot from the main house. This is intended for a family situation. The intent of the owner is to have his former wife be the resident of the rear unit, the rear lot, which will be created with the existing cottage on the property. Obviously, as you know, once the property is no longer secondary lot is no longer occupied by the family member, it would be subject to the housing needs covenant in the future. By the way, I believe Art has submitted a supplemental plan. This was the original plan that was filed with the application. And we verified that, in fact, yes, here you go. That showed a driveway encroachment on the adjacent property, but that's been removed. And the driveway is now entirely within the property that we're subdividing. That's really it, subject to any questions that you may have for me or for Art, who's also on the line.
Great, thank you, Arthur. Board members.
This is a no-brainer. All done.
Everyone's good.
Yeah.
Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak to this?
Hi, everyone. Campbell Sutton. Hope all's well with you guys. I just wanted to, this isn't specific to this, but it sort of is. I would just like to see, if you're in R10, I'd like there to be an effort to keep the 10,000 square foot lot instead of making two non-conforming lots out of the one lot. Unless, of course, the R10 is still applying to the entire piece. And this is just a chunk that's being taken out and it reads as though it's two lots.
That's exactly.
Is the latter part
Yeah,
correct?
that is-
Okay, great.
yes.
Thanks.
Still.
They share the ground
Still
cover.
the same lot. It's just fee simple separation.
Yes, okay.
Secondary.
Okay, the way it said lot one and lot two, and I just noticed that sometimes we shave off a little here when we could sort of keep something the correct size. So thank you for correcting me.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Anyone else, public, anyone online, Billy?
No hands are raised.
Got to entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Joe, I'm sorry, made by Nat, seconded by Joe. All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
All right, did you eye on that? I'm sorry, I didn't, yeah, I did. Okay, great, thank you. All right, as for the merits.
Move approval
With the findings.
with the findings in the staff report
Yes,
and the
Sorry.
conditions. Thank you.
perfect. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, motion made by Hillary, seconded by Joe. All in favor? Aye.
Just like.
And that's unanimous.
Yeah, no roll call.
No, I know, it's great.
I don't know what I'm doing.
I'm a little lost without the roll call, but
It's like.
I'll take it.
That's a two-part. Just make sure to approve
Yep.
the A.
Oh, yeah, well, okay, so we're gonna circle back now.
Make a motion to endorse the,
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arthur. Okay. We are on now to Roxanne Pearl, Patricia and Frederick Patterson, 3 First Way. Who do we have representing this?
Tricia.
Tricia Patterson?
Yep. Stay
She
in
up
the
here?
crowd. Yeah.
Oh, hi. Would you like to stand up and let us know what you got going on? Come on down to the mic, yeah. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna jump in and help Patricia out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Good job.
This is-
Yeah, all right.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, totally.
this is all a product. She had brought in she's trying to close out her tertiary dwelling permit.
Yeah.
As part of that, you need planning board approval or planning board sign off. So in the packet, and this was part of Hillary's question, this right here was the original approved plan from 2021. There was an existing driveway over here. This is my note to Patricia on there that driveway must be 20 foot deep over here,
Yep.
which it is. This is what's in question. So the driveway that was approved is this sort of, doesn't really fit what,
Speak on that?
sure,
That was the existing driveway.
that was the existing.
Yes,
Okay.
nobody told us we needed a driveway.
There we
When
go.
Okay.
That was existing, nothing to do with the.
This is what's existing today. The driveway spans in front of the garage. It actually provides access to the garage and in between here. And then the photos in the packet really are more indicative of what's there. Right here is the garage in question. Or the driveway, I should say.
So for us to codify that.
Well, this is a special permit to allow for a waiver of the driveway standard. Now, what I do think here, now Patricia, correct me if I'm wrong, you have three dwellings here, all occupied by 3 different parties, correct?
Yes.
I think, can you explain that part? Okay,
So the garage is my son's, who is on the deed. The cottage in the front is my mother who owns the property. Well, I own the property, she has life rights. And the back house is her income, it's a rental.
And the garage is a garage apartment, obviously.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was some,
And is this being used as a driveway?
that's been there since the seventies.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
definitely conforms to size.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is being sought exactly?
A waiver of the driveway standard. So typically your driveway width is 12 feet, 12 to 15 feet. But not to be flared beyond 19, I believe. Is that what it is typically? So here they have a 40-foot opening, but it somewhat services this structure.
Yeah.
Also, if you're familiar with this area, right? I'm gonna zoom out just a hair. It's not on here. There's a lot of concrete in this area. The ice rink's over here somewhere. And this is that whole area in behind the school. I mean, when you drive in there, it doesn't stick out or anything, and it's functioning, in my opinion.
Is there an HDC approval involved in this?
I don't believe so.
I mean, because they would typically be permitting any pavement or curb cut? Wouldn't they?
Well, I actually was gonna ask, is there a second curb cut permit? Cause or is it not considered because it's on?
Both driveways were existing prior to
Okay.
this permit, so
Okay,
I didn't look into that.
that's the only thing, codifying the second curb cut, Megan. For them to get that sort of wrapped up as it's existing.
So they're pre-existing non-conforming, they're exempt from
So we don't
needing
have to
relief
do
for
the
the.
pre
deeper-
98 or whatever
No,
it is.
both cuts are pre-98. It's the expansion of the one on Allen's Lane that doesn't meet the dimensional standards outlined in the bylaw. So that's what she's here for relief
Okay,
for.
okay.
And if you look back if you go to the photos, Billy, so not the driveway in front of the garage apartment, it's correct, the other one that's in question. It functions for this property.
Yeah,
So
yes, it does.
what the ask is just to validate
I
that,
mean,
that 41 foot.
and the thing
width.
is, stuff like this, there's no street parking. I mean,
No.
we want them to do this
Right.
theoretically, you know what I mean?
don't think anyone was
Better.
intentionally trying to get away with anything. This is just the
We
way
were
it's.
trying to have
Yeah.
street parking
Right.
because people park across the street in the road.
Yeah.
And you can't barely pull in and out of that driveway as it is.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, it would be ridiculous to. Yeah, so, all right, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the public that has come to speak to this? Anybody online?
No.
Right.
Motion to close the public comment.
Second.
Okay, Stephen, I'm tagging you with this one, by the way. So, motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, as to the merits.
Motion to approve with findings and conditions spelled out by staff.
Second.
I'll
Give it to
give that
Steve.
to Steve. Yep,
Yep.
motion made by Joe, seconded by Steve. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Done. Thank you.
Thank
Sorry
you.
to put you on the spot like that. All right. Now,
She's like gone.
okay. Howard, I'm gonna tag you on this one. This is a Commercial Road LLC, 1416 Dave Kim Lane.
I think we skipped 16 Atlanta.
Oh, did I skip 16 of that?
I was wondering, could we talk about the two,
No,
Yeah.
I think we have to stay with,
okay,
they're not that far apart, so we'll be able to hold on to that
okay.
thought. Okay, 16 Atlantic Ave. Howard, I'll take that back. This is Abby. Is Abby online?
Might have to be.
No, she's
Okay,
not.
Howard, this one's gonna be you as well. 16 Atlantic Ave LLC. Mr. Bodett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick Bodett for the applicant, 16 Atlantic Ave LLC. As you can guess, the property is at 16 Atlantic Avenue. Just to refresh your recollection from last hearing, this is an application for a special permit under the neighborhood employee housing special permit requirements of the bylaw. It's in the R5 zoning district, complies in all respects. It is a duplex with a total of 4 bedrooms. At last meeting, most of the discussion centered around you might remember, the parking space that we had proposed in front of the dwelling. The reason we proposed that is because typically in neighborhood employee housing, board approves the same number of parking spaces as there are bedrooms. 4 bedrooms in this house. We deemed this to require 4 parking spaces. I think the majority of the board would have preferred to not have that parking space in the front, which is where we suggested it could go. And based on that, we continued and specifically requested a waiver, renoticed the hearing for a special permit waiver, and submitted this site plan showing the 3 parking spaces. So I also this afternoon submitted an updated employee housing management plan. The reason I did that is because I submitted one for the other application we have before you tonight. It is the same employer. So I figured if I'm going to submit 2 from the same employer, I should have a similar housing management plan. I have copies of that. I just submitted that today, and I can hand them out to you if you want to see it. But it is a pretty robust employee housing management plan. I think more robust than any other one you've approved in the past. Has a number of standard conditions, but also includes planning board's right to review and revoke the permit, which is a little bit unusual. Does prohibit overnight guests and non-residents between the hours of 10 and 6. And so that's the application, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
I do have some questions.
Okay.
Thank you for this. I very much support the reduction in parking. I did notice there was a letter in favor of reducing the parking, and there was also a letter against reducing the parking. And I think we are, these folks all work together in the same place. We are a bike-friendly island. We have an excellent transit system that's free and people can car share. So I think reducing the parking is in order. There was someone concerned about excess vehicles on the property, but I mean, that's part of why we're doing this is to give recourse to anybody who has questions about excess vehicles. I had just one thing that I think you're going to want to correct in paragraph 11. I think you mean to say the special permit would be inconsistent with the intent, not consistent.
Yes.
But then just more substantively, just a couple things I'm asking if you would be willing to edit and your client would be willing to edit. So one would be the overnight guests. You've changed the hours, and I think that's appropriate. But I was wondering if we could extend it from 6 a.m. until 7:30 a.m. Being more consistent with working hours and also more consistent with the noise bylaw. I was wondering if in topic 2, can we just say compliant with the dark sky regulation? I just think that's more clear and we're all supposed to be doing that anyway. And then I really wanted to put it to the board members for discussion about if there should be some clause that a number 14 that captures the idea that we don't want socializing congregation noise produced by outdoor activity after 10 p.m. Which would be a new concept.
You mean irrespective of who it is? As opposed
Right,
to-
we don't want the occupants
Yeah.
partying outside or
Yeah.
hanging out, having long, loud conversations. And I think what I like about this agreement what I like about this agreement is that it's sort of a good neighbor agreement, and it sets expectations, and it gives the folks in the neighborhood just some understanding of what is reasonable and what isn't reasonable. And I think it is reasonable that, the neighborhood should be quiet after 10 PM unless they go to the neighbors and say, hey, we want to have a birthday party and it might go to 11. Is that okay with you? Something like that. So that's why I bring it up. And then the last point that I was wondering about, again, for discussion among the board members on this and the Weedale Road management letter is about outdoor smoking. Outdoor smoking can really be a nuisance if it's all the time. So I didn't know how people felt about that. This is really a very tightly occupied neighborhood with housing all around, near a school, kids all around. So I just wanted to bring up the idea of smoking. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Hillary.
Mr. Chairman, may I address some of those concerns?
Sure.
Briefly, I promise. So thank you for that. I think those are some pretty good ideas. I don't have an issue with changing this to dark sky. I'm sure my client won't either. In general, we don't have an issue with being quiet before 7:30, but just keep in mind that the landfill opens at 7 AM in the summer. So I get, as long as it's tied to the noise bylaw, I think that's probably okay, or maybe 7 might be more appropriate.
Yeah. I think the noise bylaw is
Closing car
7:30.
doors, things, starting a car, things like that. I just don't want anyone to get too sensitive about what noise can happen. Again, I think it's okay if it's like it is already in here tied to the noise bylaw.
Yeah.
So I don't think those are an issue. I would suggest 7 might be a little more appropriate, but again, up to you guys. A proposed 14 socializing, partying, etc. after 10. We don't have a problem with that. If as long as it's specifically enforceable by you guys and limited to something that's enforceable. Client doesn't want to disturb anybody after 10 o'clock. Again, they hope their employees get up for that 7 o'clock anyway.
There's a town
And
noise
there's a-
bylaw
yeah,
that kicks
so
in
which is already in
at
here, but,
10, yeah.
But if you want to put something about large gatherings, something that makes sense to you and the neighbors, that's specific, then my client is not going to think that's unreasonable. The smoking, I don't know if anyone smokes there now. That concerns me a bit, and I hate it too. Don't get me wrong. I don't know if that's enforceable. And I don't think we want to tell people to smoke inside either. And it's an addiction thing. If someone smokes there, I don't know if there is. But those would be my concerns with that particular concern. So up to you guys how you want to handle it. I just I've never heard of it before, and I understand the concern. Don't get me wrong.
And you could have a neighbor move in next door that chain smokes 20 packs a day and there's nothing you can do about it. So I understand the concern, but I think we're going a little too far there. So you expect a smoker now to get in his car and drive somebody where to smoke? I think we're going a little overboard, even though I appreciate the concern and no one wants to smell cigarette smoke. But I just think that might be beyond for what we're doing here. But I appreciate everything else I think that Hillary's mentioned. I'd also, and I don't know what my fellow board members think about this, but I think that this could be an appropriate place for what we might call the rector rule, and have a revisit after a year on this property and the other property as well, just to make sure everything's fine.
That's a reasonable condition.
Any other?
I got a few. You guys may I, Mr. Chair, you guys are referring to the next application.
I
I
know
have
that,
a-
but I think, and I want to hear what you have to say, but I think for you and for all of us, it's best if you do it especially after the letter you wrote, as a public member at the other mic.
I'm happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. I can't.
Good, good.
Yeah.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I can't do that. I can't be separated from the body to speak against an application that I'm not, I can represent myself in matters of personal interest. But I can't appear to be representing, for instance, abutters to this property. And the comments that I have are germane to any of these applications in an R10 zone, as opposed to particularly the matter that I will be speaking on later in the meeting. So I will defer to you, but I will note for the record
I'm gonna defer to staff.
that I requested to speak.
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure how to respond to that, but
I mean, my concern is that he's kind of shown his cards on this and how he feels, and I'm not sure he should speak as a, he shouldn't be speaking at this table. I know that you're an alternate. I have concerns about that, and I don't know where to go with it, so.
I think it's generally up to the individual board member to determine
Okay.
if they should recuse or not,
Okay.
because
Alright.
they're the person that has to deal with the consequences of that. Either way, so.
And I'm not pursuing consequences, don't get me wrong.
No,
I'm
that's
trying to
fine.
protect
I
the
understand.
board and yourself.
Quick point of order,
Yeah.
Atlantic is in R1 zoning.
So more dense than our time.
Yeah.
So I will withhold my comments and I will ask for your careful consideration at that time.
Okay, I'm not trying to.
As opposed to
stymie
people
you.
having foregone conclusions, which appears to be the case.
I mean, I have to give you a lot of credit. Last time you were very fair about breaking it apart and you were different or
I'm
specific
doing
to
as
that.
much for you as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No, so
I just want to be really clear. The only reason I deigned to speak was because there seems to be a linkage of these two applications. And if that's what's occurring in the individual members' minds, then the decision here will influence the decision 2 applications from now. And as a result, it would be fair for me to speak impartially on the densities and impacts of these types of housing and the lens in which you all are viewing them. I will hold, that's fine. I don't want to make a thing of it. You know, we'll all roll through it and I'll get a chance to speak in a few minutes.
I mean, it's a
think the only
public
thing-
hearing.
Yeah, I think the only thing in common is the ownership. I think
Yeah.
the neighborhoods are different and we should treat them as different applicants, so. Um,
Excuse me for a second. The other thing I would say is the thing that is similar and may be written differently for each one is the management plan, which is under discussion. It's not the entire application, correct?
Well, it's a new, it's.
No,
a separate
I was here
application.
for the last one. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that what's under discussion right now that would be in common is the management plan, because he had opened by saying the management plan is the same, similar to the one for the later application, correct?
Uh.
So, but the adjustments it would appear that are being made are specific to this property and not to a more global,
And we can make
Piece.
adjustments
right,
on the Weydale properties
So-
management plan as well. that
right.
could
So
be-
that's why I'm saying that, to keep it to this application, this management plan is being adjusted to this application,
Yeah.
right? Not
Yep.
to the
No,
other one.
We are specifically talking about
Right,
Atlantic Avenue, even though we may refer to something else. Right now, this application is for Atlantic Avenue, and that's really what we're discussing here.
Clear.
Okay.
The other thing I would say, just on the smoking while I have your attention, is that would seem to be an infringement upon personal choice, kind of a thing that I don't think you can really control, and you can't control the other houses in the neighborhood. So that was just my thought on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Campbell.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
Yeah, so I think just conceptually, this is not being used as a family house. This is being used as workforce housing, and it's becoming really a different thing. Obviously, we wouldn't put any of these restrictions on it if it were a family house. So I think we are moving into logically and in terms of this special permit, a mode where we can't just continue to reference a family house. We have to reference what is appropriate for a densely occupied workforce house. And if there isn't support among the other board members who are sitting on this application to specifically ask to ban outdoor smoking, I'm not going to pursue it. But I do think that buildings all over our state ban public smoking. I mean, you can't smoke on the property here. So no smoking allowed is something that is common. And I think we could certainly ask, if we felt it was prudent, we could get an opinion as to whether or not we could include that in workforce housing management agreements. But it's very common in public places to have areas where you can smoke and areas where you can't smoke. And I just don't think we can continue to say, well, it's not a family house, but yet we're going to continually peg it and reference family house whenever something seems a little bit too far. But all that being said, I appreciate the flexibility, and I like the idea. I'm fine with 7 a.m. If we're going to add an additional clause about limiting noise and we want to be 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., I'm fine with that. And obviously there's lots of opportunity for neighbors to come to this board and ask that it be reviewed anytime, which means that the neighbors have a lot of recourse, and the tenant is highly motivated to make sure that everybody is a good neighbor. And I also like that in this management agreement, I don't think it goes so far that it gives the ability for the neighbors to start harassing these people who are trying to make a life here. And I like that too.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I listen, I think, there would be no harm in the owner putting up a sign saying, please be considerate about your smoking, but I think a ban by this board is too much.
I also feel like someone smoking in a house in a family, normally the kids pick up smoking. So, I mean, I'm not to be funny, but I'm like, I see a lot of people that their parents smoke, that the kids smoke, and it kind of passes down. It takes in some kids, it doesn't, my
Well,
daughters
you're
don't
gonna-
smoke because we don't smoke.
No, you're gonna steal your cigarette.
I'd be okay with no smoking inside either, but I don't think that's gonna
No,
fly.
you listen, but I think as far as, I don't have a problem with that. I'd like the rec to rule. The noise, is it limited to the amount of people that live in the house? If it's 8, but then again, maybe you do half. I mean, I'm trying to, if people are out there that they're cooking out, they're hanging out, I mean, like, what point do we kind of get into that? You know what I mean? Is it any more than not the residents there? I'm just trying to figure out how do we, I think it comes down to noise. It's not really how many people out there. It's
Comes
just
down to being a respectful human.
Exactly.
And
So,
we can't.
and I
we-
think
we
if
can't
the police are
make
called,
that
they're
up.
called.
Yeah.
So, and I get it's in a tight neighborhood, but you can go all across the core, and where are you going to stop it?
Yeah.
So,
Howard?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I think in response to your point, the noise ordinance is what governs here than anything else. And Hillary, while I respect and totally wish that we could do what you would like to do, private property is not analogous to public property. So the rules are different, and private property owners have a right to quiet enjoyment. So I don't think that we can legally restrict that, but if you feel that that should be looked into, I can respect it.
Well, I think when a landlord can set rules that there's no smoking when they rent the house. So this is a rental. You can say no smoking, you can say no pets. Again, I'm not going to push on the smoking, but it
don't
is
think that
because we
we-
don't
that-
want to
that-
go there, not because it's not possible.
I don't think we can tell the landlord, who is the private property owner, what to do and how to behave on his property. We can only hope that they're respectful of their neighbors.
And we'll find out when they're back here in a year. Because we're gonna add a visitation back with us, because we'll miss you, Rick.
No, I can't wait.
All right, do we have anyone in the public? Anyone online?
No hands are raised online.
Okay,
Hand just came up.
all right.
Peggy McGillan? McGillan?
McGillen? All
But
right.
her hand just went down. Peggy, if you want to speak, please put your hand back up. All right. Please unmute.
I didn't want to speak. I just wanted to acknowledge that I was here. I'm happy to see that it's reduced to 3. We know the island needs workers. We want to be great neighbors, and support the community. We just don't want the character of our neighborhood to change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, if no one else is, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Okay, as for the merits
Can we just go over the
conditions, yep,
This-
love
So
to.
can we talk about this 7 AM thing? I just want to make sure, is this 7 days a week or is this like Monday through Friday or? I mean, that didn't get brought up, but like,
Yeah. that's a
you
good
know,
point.
I mean, the dump thing that making me laugh about that, but you know, whatever. I just think that
Yeah.
Sunday is not the same as the rest of the week.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, I'll just, every time I've had one of these, we haven't differentiated between the two.
Hmm.
It's usually been 11 to 6. And so now we're making this 10 to 7. I mean, we'll accept whatever the board thinks is reasonable, honestly. But
I'm
if you-
fine with that. I'm just
Yeah.
bringing it up.
I think we
not
are
commission.
too. Again, I think, you know, what's going to be important, like if we think Saturdays are a problem, I guess we'll come back. We'll come back in a year and ask for 11
Put
on
that
Saturday or
part
something.
into the,
But I think, you know, I think that Ms. Rayport made a good point is that it, you know, look, if you're gonna, if I was gonna hang out past midnight, I might, you know, might text my neighbor and let him know. And hopefully these guys would do the same thing if they wanted to stay out later.
we have so few of these. They usually yours. That
Hey,
because you're trying to do it the right way. It's almost like it's like this brand new world. We're talking about smoking. We're talking about 3 cars instead of 4. I mean, it's like, wow, where are we going? But that's because of this bylaw that is infrequent. And we're sort of talking about all sorts of things that we normally don't talk about. So, and I, you know, listen, I'd like to make it that they have to back in the driveway instead of drive in, but you know, you can't do that, right? But that's how you need to do it there, tell you that. But anyway, so
It's illegal to pull out of your driveway.
huh?
It's illegal to pull out of your driveway.
To back out.
To the back out, thank you. It's illegal.
Well, it happens everywhere.
I know my mother got in
Especially
an
here.
accident, and found out, and she was.
Fairgrounds Road.
Their fault.
It's unbelievable. So what was the other condition we talked about? Oh, so the record
record
rule
rule.
thing. So throw that in, right,
And-
Meg? So we have 4.
And the changes
Condition.
that Hillary proposed to the management plan.
What
Yep.
was that?
So it was,
Beginning.
can I go through them?
Yes.
Just to make sure we're on the
Yep.
same
Yeah.
page. So I had suggested number 2, we change it that it's just compliant with the dark sky bylaw.
Right.
Mhm.
Chapter 102 is lighting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Sad.
On number 5, I think we are saying that for overnight guests, the hours are 10 PM to 7 AM on any day instead of 10 to 6 AM. Then we have a typo in number 11 that we're fixing. And then I was suggesting a 14th clause, which you can put in the appropriate place, that would say that the residents will avoid making noise outside, you know, conversationally or from music between the hours of 10 PM and 7 AM.
Which might be just redundant because I believe that's what the town bylaw says. I mean, we can add it in there,
Right.
but
So I live in a really densely populated area where I have patios all around me. And the having something like this clarified in a document saves a lot of people a lot of stress. So.
All right. No harm, no foul. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Great. Okay, and everyone on the board is in agreement with those? All right. Okay,
And then the parking also that's
Re-
not in here, but we need to-
reducing it by
Yeah.
one space.
we have to
Yes.
approve that.
Yeah. That will be in the condition, correct?
Yeah, it's exhibit number 2,
Yeah.
exhibit A.
Righty. So with all that said, I would entertain a motion. That would encompass all those things, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the special permit with the findings and conditions in the staff report and the changes to the revised employee housing management plan that we received.
And the addition of the rector rule to
And,
the-
One
and
year.
also the
Yeah.
addition to 1-year review. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, second.
Right, motion made by Hillary, seconded by Nat. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous, I believe.
Yes.
All right,
Thank you very much.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
We'll see you soon. Don't go far. Okay, now we're on to Commerce Road Terminals LLC, 14 and 16 Big Kim Lane. That's long time no see, Rick. Oh. Floor is yours, Rick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick Bodett for Commerce Road Terminals. I think with me somewhere online is Don Bracken or perhaps Ryan from his office. Tom Dacey's here as well. He's gonna be building this project, hopefully, if all goes well tonight. Just to refresh everyone's memory, this is a request for an amendment to an existing MCD. To remove the existing storage building you see down at the bottom of the page there online and replace it with apartments in a single building, 8 apartments, 9 total bedrooms. They're to be used for the Cape Cod Express housing. The parking is compliant. I think we addressed that last time. It is, you see it there on the left within the easement that they have exclusive rights to. The relief we're requesting is to amend the MCD to allow 8 apartments on 1 lot. And the way we're able to do that, if you might remember, is that these are actually 2 conforming C-type lots. And we can get this density on that basis. Otherwise, we'd be limited to 4 per lot. We are also seeking a special permit to allow the parking on the neighboring property because we have that exclusive use easement. And again, to refresh your memory, we are, to the extent necessary, asking for relief from open space. It's 4.1 now. We are actually increasing that to 5.3, but we didn't see anything in the prior permits granting that relief. Last hearing, we continued, I believe, to get Mr. Pesci's engineering report. We do have that now. I believe it's in your packet. And there's everything in there. We can certainly address. I know that the one thing in Mr. Pesci's report, and I'll address this at the end as well in the staff report, but Mr. Pesci suggested we pave half the street for the full length of our frontage, and we're willing to do that. I did notice in the staff report, it talks about a condition that we agree to pave from Harvey Road, Dave Kim Lane, Ironwood prior to CO. I don't know where that came from specifically, but that's not what Mr. Pesci suggested, and so we'd like to go with what his suggestion is. Because that's what we expected today. I was kind of surprised to see that. In addition, I think, Dave, one of the questions you had is if we'd limit this to no STRs, and of course, these are for employees. The one other thing I did want to mention is I noticed in the staff report mention of a housing management plan. That isn't something we proposed on the site. This isn't neighborhood employee housing. If these are apartment buildings, that's the special permit we're getting. We are using them, of course, for our employees. But these are individual apartments. We expect that there are times when there will be overnight guests, as an example. Someone might bring their wife over with them to stay there once in a while. So
I think with that, I think it's just about knowing who's responsible, who to call, if there are issues.
and so, in the alternative, I mean, certainly, I just don't think housing management plan is appropriate, but conditions perhaps, like management phone number, something like that might work just fine.
Meg?
So I was gonna just say, I think this was a copy paste error in the staff
Okay.
report, but if we want to add a condition that the property owner must keep on file with planning staff a contact should issues arise.
And I think that's more than enough.
I think that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. And that's it. That's all I have for the changes.
Board members? Something to say?
Do you want me to go again first?
If you like.
Anybody else has
you-
any suggestions?
I've got some
Okay.
things to say, but you
You
go first. No, you,
And Abby is here, so she
okay. Oh,
activated.
Abby, you're,
I am here, yes.
okay, great.
So I had a question. I can't find where I read this, but are these apartments, are they limited to employees of Cape Cod Express? Okay, so I wondered, would we want them to also be for the families so that people could be with their families? Or is there a reason why we're not doing that?
Well, I don't think it's necessary, frankly, as long as we don't limit guests. And they're 1-bedroom apartment. There is one that's a 2-bedroom.
Yeah.
They're small apartments.
Okay.
So that's
we
why I
could
mentioned,
make
a
those-
wife, would make sense, but an entire family, I don't know.
Okay, so people are coming in going, this isn't like, there's some people.
No, these are their homes as well.
Oh.
But they also have instances where someone comes for the week or a
I
few
see.
weeks or whatever.
So you're, because it includes guests, then you're fine with that?
Yes,
Okay, I
absolutely.
just didn't want to
Yeah.
restrict someone from being able to legally be there with their family.
Yeah,
so.
no, that's fine. Thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate that.
Then, let's see. The other thing, and this is, I think, gonna be, so the light, complying with the lighting bylaw, is that in there?
Is it in where
Well,
our application?
It's just not on the conclusion, so I guess I would say that we should add it. If
Yeah,
we
that
need
makes
to.
sense.
It just seems to be something we bring up and it's an issue, so let's bring it up here. And then, of course, we would add no short-term rentals to the conditions. And then this is gonna be my thing, okay, so we have an amendment in our, or an article in our town meeting warrant that makes it not allow it's not allowed to have a permitted use ADU in this C-Tech zoning district. It's not allowed. You're not asking for one, obviously. I personally think it is likely that we will not be able to restrict permitted use ADUs in the C-Tech because an apartment is a single family dwelling unit. And I think that the attorney, I differ from my board members on this and the staff, I understand, but respectfully, I think that the Attorney General will do what it's done with other warrant articles and say an apartment is allowed by right or by special permit. Therefore, this is a single family zoning district. Therefore, 1 ADU is allowed per lot. Now, we will see if I'm right or not, but I think our lives might be a little easier And I don't see any downside to our saying one of the conditions is that one of these apartments is the permitted use ADU. And those are all my comments.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for clarification through you.
Of course.
Did you say that we, as a condition, the planning board designate one of them as a protected ADU?
That we have to clarify that one of these is satisfying the right to a permitted use ADU.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Because we can, if I can anticipate your follow-up.
Let's see.
We are being asked to grant a certain number of apartments. And so we're granting if, the number of apartments plus one ADU. Because one is, it may be clarified that one will be allowed on this lot. And we don't want to be in a position where they don't even have to come to us to ask for the additional ADU. They just go to the building inspector and the building commissioner, and the building commissioner grants it.
Meg,
What?
Can I
I
say?
you got on this?
So in CTEC, I would perhaps have some concerns about this, especially if the language proposed in the warrant doesn't pass, because primary dwellings are use allowed just by right in CTEC. So, to Hillary's point, just to the extent necessary that they're, claiming that one of these are the protected use ADU, that they aren't going to go ask for some other unit without relief, I think is what Hillary's getting
I
at.
don't have a problem with that.
We haven't had this discussion yet in our meetings about this,
Yep.
but this is an interesting point. In these kind of zoning districts, the mixed use, light commercial, blah, 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 where you're sort of like anticipating it, so why not just include it? And so you don't have to, is that kind of like what we're trying to do
That's what we're
here?
trying to do here.
Yes.
I mean,
and-
it's as long as that gets registered or somehow where it's the ADU. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, you're the applicant, but this is the new world we live in thanks to the state. So
So
this just hasn't come up this way yet.
can I just try to understand, because you mentioned it last time and I frankly had no idea what you were trying to accomplish. And I am a little clearer now, I think, but I still don't understand what you're trying to
It's like
prevent.
insurance a little bit.
In other words, in other words, are you trying to prevent us having 8 apartments, right? Then this prohibition doesn't get approved, right, at town meeting or by the state. And then we just create an ADU. Yeah, I mean, we can get more apartments than this here too, though. If
Right,
we
but
came
you have
back
to
to
come
you.
back to us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, so I don't know, what about a condition that says we won't, you probably can't because
do
it's state law.
You can come back for more apartments.
No, I
It's
know, I was
just-
gonna say we won't come back for an ADU without relief, but that's exactly the problem.
How
So-
about to the extent necessary, one of the units shall be determined to be the protected use ADU?
And are they all does it comply with the
Yeah,
protected use?
they have
I mean,
to be
that's
900 is the apartment. is
That's
an
why I said to the
it's
extent.
probably all under
necessary.
900 square feet.
Yeah, I would,
They're close. Yeah.
I'm not.
I mean, I
trying-
don't really care. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I don't really feel the need to push back against this. I don't think it really matters at all to my
in
client.
this area, I'm not
Um,
concerned, especially if you
Especially-
create more units, dwelling units, what difference does it make? I mean, I think what Hillary, her intent is spot on and correct.
mhm.
I'm not sure that I'm not worried about it in this location though.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I would say is,
Especially with the case of you being able to come back and get, how many more apartments would you be able to get?
I don't know, maybe a few. These are
Yeah.
big lots.
Yeah, so
I
I'm
might
not
need
sure
relief, but
that this will accomplish anything, to be honest with you.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I
well,
guess what it accomplishes is us then coming back and maxing it out, closing out that permit, and then getting an extra.
One
ADU,
extra,
correct? Well,
one
that's what
extra
you want.
unit in the
it's-
middle of an industrial.
It's just trying to preserve the intention of what we're all trying to do. They want 8 apartments. We want to give them, I think, the 8 apartments. And we don't then want, we're not happy about the by right ADUs in the lots where they don't make sense and where it's really not consistent with what we're trying to achieve. So we're foreclosing that potential outcome by just recognizing that one of these 8 apartments will be the protected use ADU, which also means that you can SDR it if you want.
Yeah, I guess,
The state, though, override an MCD special permit?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
That's crazy.
Can I finish my follow-up?
I thought that was the answer, but I
She
missed it.
didn't guess it, I guess. No. It was a good try. And I want to kind of go a different way. I think it seems to me that I understand Hillary's point. I understand that it's probably easier to try and codify through an MCD determination or whatever. Is this an MCD or we're doing can I even speak on this?
You can, I mean, you can.
Okay,
speak,
I just
yeah.
checking. Barry would never let us. Just joking, Barry. Maybe it was that. I think the suggestion I would have is that as opposed to simply stating one of these apartments is anticipated to be the protected ADU, is we build a more legally tenable, defensible position, which is to say that the planning board is considering allowing 8 apartments at a building in this location, subject to one of them potentially being the protected ADU. Now, the rationale there is that the basis for having 8 apartments is one of them may be the protected ADU. Does it make sense on its face? No, but if we just say, I do not think it's, and I don't know, I'm not an attorney, but I mean, I do study this stuff. I don't think it's legally defensible to say, we're going to approve this apartment building. You can designate one of them as the protected ADU. Whereas we can say that we are allowing 8 apartments in one building, subject to one of them being a protected ADU. Again, on its face, it may not make a lot of sense, but it is because for a variety of reasons, but it is a manner of which to construct a control. Because otherwise we could say, hey, look, we think with a protected ADU in this apartment building, there should only be 6 apartments.
That's really what we're saying is we're issuing 7 and we'd like you to make the 8th a protected use ADU, and it has to be at their option.
But the distinction is that the 8 is being approved because one of them may be designated, not
No,
there is
no.
8 and you can pick one.
Well, I would suggest that, I think Megan understands what I'm getting at, and I think everyone understands, and the applicant seems to be okay with it. So I would just let the staff figure out, the right way to make sure that we don't end up in this situation where, if something happens with this zoning district, that we've approved all these apartments and then a building permit for an ADU is issued. I'd like one of these apartments to be the ADU.
I mean, if I may,
Mhm.
and not to further complicate this, but, and again, I think it really matters to us that much. I guess what I don't want to have to do is come back and undo this later. So I think, but just thinking of it, as I'm standing here, I think in your best case, if this gets approved, what you have is a pre-existing non-conforming ADU, right? But I think honestly, in the worst case, since the public notice for that change was in January and we applied in February, I think we're bound by that, assuming it passes. In other words, we can't have one.
Right.
If it passes.
If it passes and the AG approves it, you can't have one, but
And we're designating one.
well, you're designating one as an alternative. And that's why I'm just asking the staff to figure it out with you, because I don't think we're gonna necessarily get it right.
Okay.
But I just wanted to communicate that we do have some exposure if this bylaw restricting or saying that permitted use ADUs are not allowed in this district is not adopted or does not pass by the AG.
Hillary, I think, have the ability to do nothing, and if they come back for 2 more apartments, we say, well, we will approve 1. And then they could use their ADU to get the second. So
Yeah, if we're
there's more than one way to skin this cat.
If we're comfortable with, you know, that there might be another building that could be without ever coming to the planning board, and we're okay with that. This
Well,
allows
they-
us the
They
opportunity
have the
to
right to
restore
build
that.
probably 2 more, so they could build them anyway.
Right, but I'm just saying that if we ask them to designate one of these a permitted use ADU now, we know where it is, we know it's there. If we don't, then there would potentially be another freestanding unit wherever the ground cover allows it. With the discussion between the building commissioner and the applicant and not involving the planning board. And we might be fine with that. It's just an eventuality that I wanted to point out.
Yeah. In this, where we're talking about, I'm not that worried about this, but if the rest of the board is, I'm fine with it. I just think that we're, you know, this isn't a neighborhood, this isn't, you know, a virgin neighborhood we're talking about. We're talking about some heavy duty commercial activities with an immense amount of trucks traveling through this property every single day. And so if they come to us, or if they decide they need more units, and they come to us for an AD, or they wouldn't even come, they get an ADU, but then they need another unit, we don't, we only approve 1 apartment. We don't approve 2 apartments. We just add that to the count because it would be by special permit. We do not have to approve that extra apartment.
I think that's a fair rationale.
Yeah, so I just, I understand what you're saying.
Deer, planters.
And in some other areas, this might be a much bigger issue that we should deal with. But I just think where we're talking about now, I don't feel it being an issue. And I don't know if the rest of my board members agree with me or not, but I think that, and I don't get me wrong, because I appreciate where you're coming from and I agree with you, but I just don't think this application is the place for it.
I'm fine with that, and I appreciate your hearing it out. I just wanted to raise it, as what might happen.
Yes.
Abby's hand is raised.
Yes, Abby.
I was just gonna say, Dave, I know this area and I would agree with you. I think we should only do this in an area where we actually have a real concern. And as you pointed out, because they're not maximizing the units, I think we can cover this if they come back. I just don't think it's worth, the juice isn't worth the squeeze on this one, just my opinion.
No, I think you're right. I think that Hillary is spot on. I just don't think this is the application.
It's a lot of land.
Yeah.
Over an acre and 1,000 square foot.
Just in case you open the public hearing.
I missed you, Campbell.
I know. Well, I needed exercise, so there you go. So I'm one that says better safe than sorry, right? So what we're talking about is not at the town level, whether we approve it or not. It's whether at the state level, who created this whole thing to begin with, whether they're approving it, right? So it's not about what happens at town meeting. It's what's happening at the top. That's how we're even here. So I'm not going to comment on that one way or the other than better safe than sorry in my view. The other question I had doesn't have anything to do with this. So this is a double lot, right? So I through you, Chair, I just sort of have a question to the applicant. Is there a reason that this lot hasn't been combined to be 2, as the apartment building seems to bleed into the second lot? And just thinking futuristically, right? Like, are you going to sell it as 2 lots, or are we treating it as 1 lot and either it's come before the board to have the lot line side yard setback set to 0? Or do we have a plot plan that makes them just 1 lot under common ownership? So that's my question.
I can answer that. I think first and foremost, when you have an MCD that covers a lot, 2 lots, 10 lots, it's 1 lot as far as the planning board is concerned, as far as zoning is concerned. When you have just by virtue of the law of merger, if you have a building that straddles a lot line, as a matter of law, typically those lots are just merged. So there's nothing we have to do to merge them. We're using them as two lots, sorry, as one lot. If we wanted to use them differently, if we wanted to separate the lots, we'd have to do an A&R presumably around this building. Straddles it. So
Okay, great.
it's one lot as far as we're concerned.
Thank you.
Now I would say they built in the wrong place. Yeah. All right. Anybody else in the public?
No.
Nope. All right, I'd entertain a motion.
Motion to close the public comments as I look.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Second.
Motion made by Wise but Joe and seconded by Nat. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, as to the merits, ladies and gents.
So the conditions that are in the staff report, have we come up with,
I think we
we
need,
defined any?
we need to
that-
battle out the paving.
The paving thing. Okay, very
Um,
good. So go ahead.
I mean, listen.
That's a lot.
As much paving as we can get them to do, I think that there's so much traffic that goes through big heavy trucks for years and they haven't really had to do anything to upgrade the road
Well,
or much. So
where did Ed ask you to do it?
just in front of their lot.
Oh,
Our full,
not, okay,
our full frontage, which is pretty, it's like 300 feet
yeah,
and,
but that's,
and to the midline. And I think that's because the pavement closest to our property was pretty beat up. That's what he said in his
Yeah.
report, and he thinks it should be paved.
okay. I thought there was something else. That's good. Okay,
I don't agree with to the midline. I think they should, if we're gonna just make them pave in the front, it should be the full width of the road.
did he look at that himself? Did he come here and look at that?
Ed,
Ed,
I don't think he's been here
Okay.
in a while. I will say that intersection is pretty beat up and there is some damage that your neighbor is responsible for. So maybe we should chat offline with.
I mean,
Ed
if you're
for
bringing
that.
in,
I don't.
He
know
he
what might
did
be-
look at it in person. I can confirm.
did he
go in
He was
person?
out here and he did
Okay.
go in person.
Right.
Yeah, and-
he had to have for that kind of a report.
and
So-
just so we're clear, the reason, in the first hearing, I kind of pushed back against that idea. Didn't want to push if that was what Ed recommended, obviously. That's a different story, but the people on either side didn't have to do the same thing for their special permits, the storage building as well. So
I think you're getting a bite at the apple on this a little bit.
I get that.
We haven't used that term in a while.
Yeah.
And maybe you can get your neighbors to, if Victor's there doing one half of a road, why not do
Well,
more?
that's what for me.
I'm
is the
looking at
big
it as
road.
like having the roofer come and only doing one side.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make sense. So,
Yeah.
but having him mobilized, having, maybe they'll pitch in and do something.
I think we're withholding escrow funds for the neighbor
Oh.
to
okay.
fix some of that
All right.
damage.
Maybe
I've
this can
heard
be
that
worked
maybe
out. Maybe
it's
this can be worked out at the
Mr.
staff
Brushing may
level.
not
man. This
apply.
sounds like
Yeah.
Right.
without getting too crazy.
I just
know.
don't want to see half the road paved.
Right.
I just think that's, so I mean,
Maybe that
I'm
other
fine
side
with
really
getting
looks
rid
good.
Of the conditions and changing it, but me personally, I'm not okay with just paving half the road. I don't know how the other board members feel.
No, I'd want to see it all paved. I think if you're gonna do it,
Yeah,
let's do it right.
I agree.
But on our frontage, correct?
yes, on
Yeah.
your frontage note.
Okay.
And then if you can work with the neighbors to get everything else done, that would be great. But full width of the road on your frontage. Correct? Is that where we're at?
Yes.
Guys, everyone's good with that? And gals, ladies? Yep, all right. We're all good with the rest of the conditions?
And I think we're adding in,
Contact information for the housing. We need a point of contact.
Yep.
Compliance with the lighting bylaw.
And compliance with dark skies.
Right, and no short-term rentals.
And no short-term rental. Okay, everyone satisfied with that?
That's
Okay.
Stop it, Nat, stop it. Okay, Abby, you are serving on this, right? Abby still here?
Yep.
Okay, good. All right, so I'd entertain a motion on adding those conditions and approving this.
Yes, Dave, by the way. I am serving on it.
Have to do roll call.
Yeah, I have to
Abby.
do roll
Yeah.
call.
I'll make that motion with the existing conditions in the paving and the dark skies
No STRs.
and no S.
And point of contact.
Point of contact. Yep.
A second.
Okay, motion made by Nat, seconded by Hillary. Nat,
Aye.
Hillary,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. That's unanimous.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're gonna give it a sec, let Nat take a nature break.
Really?
He's going out to have a cigarette.
You want to smoke, Nat?
Yeah. Might as well take the opportunity. Yeah. Right.
Uh-oh, yeah, but well, it's just water.
Nope, we can use my sleeve there. Do you, it's okay, I'll grab one in the bathroom.
Well, the bathroom.
No, I did, but I, yes, I do. You know what that is? Yeah, it's right there. All that. It's not a problem. Yeah, but people through.
My coat blanket on.
Oh, that's right.
My duffel bag.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. You've made it that far.
Now you don't trust me. Just rub my head. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Always running hot. I'm like,
Well, I was turning up the heat and Dave said he was hot too. So I thought maybe the outlier would have just freezing.
I think it's perfect. I think it's comfortable.
It's like maybe about 5.
I used to.
Abby? Abby, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay,
here.
Abby, you're gonna be sitting on this next,
me?
on this next application. Okay,
Okay.
we are on to 16-5 Weydale LLC, 16A Weydale Road, aka 16.5 Weydale Road. Abby DiMolina is going to sit on this application, and Rick Burdett, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick Bodett for the applicant 16-5 Weydale LLC. Property 16.5 Weydale Road. It's in the R10 zoning district. Again, just to refresh everyone's recollection, here's a special permit request for neighborhood employee housing. Yeah, I'll just go through what the last hearing was like in a short amount of time, hopefully. But there were a number of comments from neighbors regarding a number of issues, potential noise, number of employees, parking on the street, etc. We did submit a floor plan here for you guys to review that shows it's designed as an 8-bedroom duplex. There are 2 kitchens in here. There are 8 bedrooms. We did also submit a revised housing management plan that I think you guys have seen at this point. And in addition, I did submit a letter today that indicated that despite the fact that it's 8 bedrooms, we applied for 16 employees to be housed there. My client is willing to limit that to 12 employees, which is the amount of people there now. Or I should say 12 persons in the house. There are 2 families there and a few children that do not work and wives that do not work at Waste Options. But the bulk of the people there are employees. I did receive the letter from Stephen Welch. I did try to meet with Stephen a number of times over the last month, and life got in the way for one reason or another. We did have a chance to meet yesterday afternoon. What I hoped would be, some specific requests that my client could accommodate, and we really didn't get that at all yesterday. We did get this letter from Stephen. I have read the bulk of it. And while I'm a little cooled off compared to the way I was a few hours ago, I will say that I think it was insulting to my client, and in particular, specifically my client's employees. I mean, they're sort of portrayed in this 16-page manifesto of as a problem in the neighborhood, potentially not worthy of the same rights that you guys and I have to spend time in my yard and at my house, and portrayed as violent. There's one section here talks about neighborhood impacts. It says retaliation and intimidation, including chemical damage to vehicles and tire puncturing, threats to intimidate, including threats of rape. And I just think that is incredibly misplaced. I'm not suggesting that was Stephen's intent, but these people are the same as all of us, man. They're just working here and living here. And that's it. And the only difference is, some of us own a house and they don't. And so they get this housing through their employer. So, when I saw all of this, most of the conditions in there that you're talking about, again, I deemed to be a little unreasonable and a lot unable to enforce. Noise beyond a property line being a violation. I live in the R10. Every noise I make, closing my door to my house, that's a violation at 6 a.m. So I just don't think they were reasonable requests or conditions. And so all I could do is submit what I have in the face of that, submit that management plan, which again, I think is the most robust management plan you guys have ever seen. More so than that Mayflower Circle one that you had. Again, and of course, to the extent the board is willing to grant this permit, we'd agree to the same conditions that you mentioned in the prior application on Atlantic Ave. And I will also add that, if you approve this with the 12 people housed there, to my knowledge, it'll be the only one you approve with less than 2 per bedroom. Everyone I've been here for has been, 9 bedrooms, 18 people, 6 bedrooms, 12 people. This is 8 bedrooms, 12 people. Again, a few of those are children at the moment. But nonetheless, it is a lesser use than you typically approve, irrespective of the zoning district. And again, these people are just like the rest of us. Is it the same as a single family home? No, I'm not going to pretend it is. But that's why there are guardrails in your zoning bylaw. That's why you're only allowed 2 of these within 1,000-foot radius, right? That's how you make sure there aren't 10 in a neighborhood or even 3 in a neighborhood, right? There's a housing management plan required, right? That's to set up guardrails so that the neighbors are protected as best as possible. And this is in your zoning bylaw because the town needs this housing. So with that, I think it's within the spirit and intent of the bylaw. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have about this particular application.
So when you say 12, that includes the children, correct?
Yeah, that would be, yeah, it does. That's how many people are there now.
Okay. Well, I appreciate, I think that reduction is meaningful. Board members? Questions, concerns?
I appreciate having these management plans, and I definitely don't think we would ever want to set something up, as I said in the prior application where we discussed the same concept, that gives people kind of permission to harass folks just for living. I hadn't read the whole letter, so I'm a little confused about what that means. I think that if there's concern, obviously there's recourse in other ways. If that's really has happened, I'm really disturbed by that. Moving on to what to do here, I mean, I would make the same comments that I made and ask for the same changes that I made. I think these should be somewhat standard. Because it is really a standard situation that we're looking for, unless we have a good reason not to be standard, which I don't think we do.
I'm not opposed to those additions, other than the smoking one. Abby, you good? I can't see her.
I just think we just need to be consistent. And kind of like Hillary said, if we're applying conditions to one property, we just need to do it with the same. We can't be doing something differently and treating people differently. So that's what I think is the most important part.
Right. I mean, every neighborhood is a little different, but I would generally agree with you. Campbell.
Hi, it's me again, Campbell Sutton. So a couple of things. One of the things that was sparked in my mind when Mr. Bodette was talking about some of the perhaps threats or violent behaviors that may or may not have taken place in the area. I sort of made me wonder, well, has anyone looked into a police report for this property to see if any of this can be backed up? That's just that piece, because it is rather disturbing if that if those types of behavior are happening and they're not being reported, then that's, you know, that's sort of on the neighborhood. They should be reporting that. I appreciate the reduction to 12. My question is, one of my questions through you, Chair, is this 12 employees or is this the 12 persons, including children?
I think
Or
I
are we
kind of
going to
got
end
at
up
that with
talking
him,
about
but yeah,
12
it's
employees?
12 period, no matter whether they're employees or children or anything, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I personally still think it's overcrowded if they're all adults there. And I think when it comes to the noise, our noise bylaw does not cover opening and closing doors, right? Or just regular, it's excessive noise, I believe, after 10 and before 7. So I think one thing we have to keep in mind, if, let's say they do have a cookout, as was suggested, you know, you have 12 people, everybody invites a friend. Now you've got 24. So things sort of grow more than if it were, you know, a single family with, you know, a couple people and you have 6 guests or something like that. Now you're up to 8. So just in terms of the intensity of use of the property, right? So I don't know, I'm still a little uncomfortable with the 12 adults, but if it currently has 8 bedrooms,
It's 12
total.
12 total, and there's multiple children there.
there's 12 total
So
bedrooms.
No,
people.
12 people
Wait,
total there.
I was talking about the
Okay.
6
You have to remember though,
bedrooms.
right? If this wasn't bought by the applicant to use as a dorm, this house with 8 bedrooms, correct, could very easily be a short-term rental advertised as 18 sleepable room.
Correct, but I'm trying
Right,
to work
so-
with the application
I know, but
in
what I'm
front of
saying is
us.
that I think
right?
they're making an accommodation to 12 when this house could be way more heavily used in another way. So I think you gotta keep.
I understand that, but at the same time, this is employee housing.
Yeah.
We're trying to set a standard because this is sort of a new thing. So we're trying to also consider the neighborhood in which it's occurring. And right now, things seem okay because you've got some kids and some adults and sort of that kind of a structure. Whereas when you have just 2 people, you know, anyway, I think I've made my point in terms of intensity of use and the variability. And again, just trying to set some standards on the neighborhood employee housing piece, not what it could else, you know, what else could happen to it, but on the specific application. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Campbell.
Just so we're clear, Mr. Chairman, I mean, you know, the reason we applied for 16 people there is because I've never seen you approve less than 2 per bedroom. I considered it to be standard. We weren't trying to increase the intensity unnecessarily. It was just 8 bedrooms, 16 people. That's why I applied there.
Can I go?
Yeah, yes, Joe, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just by looking at the plans, this reads just like 2 duplexes or a duplex, sorry.
Yeah, it is.
It's got a lot of people. I get their kids, but eventually going to be adults. I feel that the parking plan, you know, you're going to have a ton of cars in front of it. People are going to be parking in the street because that parking plan really doesn't work. I understand the way this is laid out. But it is such a major impact on this neighborhood. And I get the kids, but they are eventually going to be driving and they're going to be, you know, coming around and stuff like that. So I I just really have a problem with the number of the people that would be within this dwelling, and I mean, I get it's an employee dormitory, and I hear what Dave's saying, but at the same time, that's not what is before us. And I am for housing. We need it for employees, but I really have a problem with just the way this property is being laid out and being utilized. And it's just a lot on the neighborhood to really take on this amount of people within this one area in density. And again, I just think the parking plan, without making the entire front lot a parking lot, I think that, let's say parking space number 7 and 8, they're gonna be on the street. They're not gonna be parked there, or they're moving cars all the time. And I just think it's gonna be really problematic as these kids get older. And I again, really am just having a hard time with this application. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair, for now.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, so one thing I don't know that I can't remember if I put in the application, but it's certainly reasonable to have a condition. I expected a condition that, particularly given Stephen's comments last hearing, that nobody should park on the street. They should be prohibited from it. I think I put in the management plan, and I think it's less an issue on Atlantic Ave, obviously, because you can't park there, but that people will be discouraged from parking in the street, but also in the management plan, it's the purpose of the management plan, right? It says can't have any more cars there than there are parking spaces, period. And I can ask for a waiver and eliminate 7 and 8, but the reality is people are going to park there anyway, Joe, whether the lines are on the ground or not. So I think the solution to that is to prevent parking in the street. I think that's a reasonable condition. I think we expected that. I can't remember if I mentioned it, but I think that's been in every other one that you have approved. So. Great.
Hi, my name is Poya. I made a poem to to express my concern about the house and all the people that are coming here. It's called On My Own Property. I'm a girl growing up, and strangers' noise puts me on guard, and it makes any fun and rest really hard. When I try to breathe air, it isn't fair to have cigarette and weed smoke where I live to follow me everywhere. With my family, friends, and my dog, I deserve to play in my yard, but with strangers around, feeling safe is hard. I just want to feel okay so I can live and play each day and grow up in a healthy sort of way. These things, the noise that causes stress, the smokes that hurts my breathing, all the strangers that harm my comfort and safety, all affect me in an unhealthy way. There's already so many people there, and more would make it worse. And it feels kind of like me and my family doesn't come first on my own property. And I think that's it.
Well done. Thank you.
Hi, Lisa Solomon, 13 Weydale resident. I just want to say that I think this is filled with a lot of facets of concern that are absolutely impossible to cover in this meeting. And recourse is very different than prevention. And I think the goal here is prevention of issues, not coming back to deal with them so many issues later. Dormitory style housing in a single family neighborhood does present concerns that are different for unrelated employees than for people living together in a home who are family, who are related. I think you need to actually, yes, consider that individual neighborhoods are different. The densities are different. The closeness of the proximity of properties are different. So I think you can't lump them all together and say, oh, let's just accept them all. I think that's extremely important to think about. Not too many people, stringent rules, a management plan that's enforced by an actual manager who's responsible to police, and hold accountable the people who live there rather than putting that burden on the neighbors, which does tend to happen. And I can speak from experience in that. I think that's a real reasonable expectation. And I think the number of people that are allowed to be in this property as employees is extremely important. Parking is definitely an issue. Cars are an issue. Noise is an issue. I think who's to say this application is not for families with children to be living there. This application is for a dormitory employee housing. So whether there are children there or not, now passing this in the way that it's written and the way they're asking for it does not preclude from those families being moved out a week after that happens, and putting in all these unrelated people. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gail Butler, 22 Weydale Road. We have currently across the street from me, and I'm not sure what number Weydale it is, sorry, the golf course has employee housing. So when I heard you say you're not allowed to have it within 1,000 feet,
Yep.
I guess I would ask you how far away 16 and a half is from what's across the street from me. Second of all, I'm concerned about the parking plan. I think it's completely unworkable. You need a hovercraft to get into some of those parking places. And this concerns me greatly because I watched a young girl on an electric bicycle come down Weydale Road and get hit by a car that was coming out of their driveway, and there was a van parked on the road, so they couldn't see this bike. So, you know, it's a real concern. And the density of the number of employees also concerns me, as other people have stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen?
Good evening, members of the board. Stephen Welch, obviously not involved in this, recused. I'm speaking to represent myself. Obviously, too, my interests align and coincide with my neighbors. So there will be overlap, and we may be involved with some activities after the hearing. All disclosed properly through state ethics recommendations of the past. I would point out that I think it's unfair that the applicant's agent can stand here and respond outside of the time limit, and we are limited to a time limit. Fair enough, there's a time limit. I understand meeting management a little bit. I've got some experience with it, but I think it doesn't keep the level playing field. There is a huge difference between 8 people in 4 bedrooms at 16 Atlantic and 18 people or 12 people in 8 bedrooms at this location. Sound, the impacts of sound are layered, they're geometric, just as sound is. 2 people talking, you think about your visit to the restaurant. You have 10 or 12 people talking in a small area, all conversationally, and it's very loud. Outdoors, unfair. There are so many topics. I presented you with a 14-page review and report based upon various sources. One of them is my company managed for nearly 25-year employee housing of up to 20 people. And the way that you make that work without having the police come and without having neighbors concerned or their lives seriously impacted is you have stringent rules. You have stringent rules that become self-policing. And in addition to those self-policing rules, you have in the conditions of approval, the requirements and stipulations for a designated manager. And in the management plan, you have the applicability of the interaction of the designated manager. You have an email address, you have a telephone number, you are able to then document that despite having the control structure set up by the employer where the onus should be, so that the neighbors aren't the health department, the noise department, and so on and so forth, that the onus is on the employer, it is on the designated manager. A record is created that is easily accessible as opposed to trying to get dig through a needle in a haystack with dispatch records about noise complaints on a particular property over the course of a year. I want to just say different rules for intense impactful circumstances in different situations. Atlantic Avenue is different than Weydale, given the number of people. We talked about the number of bedrooms. There is a 3-page Appendix B, which is, there you go.
This portion, excuse me, to step in. Just a quick point of order. This portion of the meeting is a public hearing. It is not a public meeting. It's not a public meeting. It's a public hearing. And this is the place where the public is allowed to speak, not under the 3-minute rule, which is what happens for a public meeting and under public comment. Okay, so I'd just like a little more leeway than the 3-minute rule, given that that's not what the town passed. Thank you.
I guess,
was that?
but I'm willing.
Nobody was saying anything. What
Plenty,
happened?
plenty.
I left as the timer went down.
Plenty of leeway. You just
Okay.
don't.
Thank you. I appreciate
Yeah.
your indulgence. I think it's important. I'm going to kind of segue, and then I'm going to come back to Appendix B. I submitted a review and assessment based upon known facts, verifiable facts. The mischaracterization by the applicant's agent that this was directed at the neighbors is unfortunate. I'm not going to speak to that. I don't have the time. It's not worthwhile. The reports of retaliation, which is why a lot of people do not report these matters, are factual. I'm aware of them personally. And it is an unfortunate reality that this happens on our island where people just want to be people. But let's keep in mind that this isn't about people being people in their own home or their property. This is about employer dormitory housing called neighborhood employee housing, to make it sound better at town meeting, to get passed. And this is about impacts. There's a whole section on impacts. They address all matters that can be addressed here through the planning board conditions of approval and or the management plan, either directly or indirectly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I will get into noise, for instance. The noise bylaw, multiple independent occupants, elevated individually and by number, the noise is elevated individually and by number of occupants. It's also amplified by the quantity of occurrences. More occupants, more frequent, constant. So as opposed to a family, you have a situation where it's self-limiting. And I'm rushing through this, which does nothing for my argument, but this will have to be taken up in another venue. The noise exacerbates other impacts. So for instance, outdoor gatherings. Very reasonable restrictions on outdoor gatherings can exist. It was construed that the rules that were, management plan rules that were provided are somehow unreasonable. No, they're just different. They're new to us. And we need to please look through a different lens when we look at these properties. The lens is high density, high occupancy being put into a neighborhood. It's going to happen. We need the housing. But having rules and management plans that allow the neighbors and the occupants of these structures to cohabitate is important. It's terribly important. It's very successful. Frankly, I would prefer an illegal dormitory because you can call the owner and they're afraid that they're going to get blown in and lose their rental income. So they will be responsive. Here, you give lax rules. I'm not saying you are giving lax rules, but lax rules relative to the impacts of having 12 to 18 people with guests without restrictions that are meaningful and can be easily reported without harassment. I got to take exception to any characterization that the neighbors would be harassing people. In our neighborhood, we're just living our lives quietly. We can hear the birds. We can go out. We can sit in a hammock. You can't do that with some of these in an R10 zone with some of this housing going on with this number of people. It is impossible without stringent rules that a designated manager, that the occupant sign and a designated manager is to uphold and be accountable for, and then accountable to the planning board and the community. Last, I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to get into that more. It's in the letter. It's important to get into Appendix B very briefly. The proposal indicates 8 bedrooms on the property. This accounting does not align with information recorded in the reviewed readily accessible public files. Bedroom count and habitable space and dimensional information the application states that 8 bedrooms are currently in use, whereas 4 bedrooms are documented. The first floor plan depicts 5 existing bedrooms, where 4 are found to be documented. The basement includes additional bedrooms. Nowhere in the public record do these exist other than a permit that was pulled in the end of 2019. No, I'm not suggesting any intent. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm reporting the information because this is information about the same aligns with bathroom facilities, kitchen facilities, building department records for fire safety inspections, sewer department records for sewer access. Even the property record card indicates this is a 4-bedroom, 5.5 bath structure. These are meaningful aspects of the condition and setting of the structure for the planning board to review prior to making a determination of any codification of the number of people who will be there, in my opinion, because they support the utility, the safe, practical utility of the structure to house employees. As we know, there are not inspections of these types of uses occurring on a regular basis. So they go in and it is what it is. But in this instance, what I mean to say is if it's approved and these don't exist, because we don't know that they do, because there isn't documentation that they do. There are, again, no building inspections of the basement having been finished with a kitchen, with additional bedrooms. Claiming 8 bedrooms, allowing for the number of persons to be in the structure without verifying this information, or having if it is present, having the applicant come up to code requirements before allowing this type of a use, I think is very problematic. There are a variety of other topics covered. They're covered in a covered letter. They relate to, again, I think the primary aspect of this are significant controls in the form of conditions and management plan rules that are monitored by a designated manager who is readily accessible in a way that's documented so that if, forbid, a situation occurred where a neighbor was harassing the individuals, it would be very apparent by the paper record. Everyone is treated fairly. The paper record would indicate whether there were frivolous complaints, whether they were being pursued, whether they were meaningful complaints, what the patterns are, so on and so forth. I apologize for speaking quickly. I'm trying to get through this. And I think that it's unfortunately a disservice to the community that just last but not least, that we as a community are not looking at these projects through an appropriate lens that puts appropriate stipulations in place with the appropriate structures that ultimately all of that is self-policing. You make the rules, you set it aside. It's like you get in your car, all you have to do is put in the gas and turn the key. We built the structure here at the table for the neighbors and these individuals in employee housing to cohabitate, to have a social fabric. And we don't have that. Last part of that is rules are the glue that keep civil, sanitary, safe society intact. These structures do not have rules that correspond to the level that are required to be the glue that keeps civil, sanitary, safe society intact. Now, oh, does that sound like hyperbole? It kind of does, but it kind of doesn't when you dig into it for just a couple of minutes and you think about the impacts of having to go a year with a problem neighbor, problem neighbors, and then come back to the planning board to seek relief. It seems very difficult for me to understand that simple controls that are reasonable, that a structure that allows them to be observed and to have a party be held accountable is something that we're not striving to accomplish here at the planning board in these types of situations where, unlike Dave Kim, you're in an industrial zone. Here, you're in a residential zone where you are 20 feet your bedroom window is 20 feet in many instances to your neighbors. Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Stephen.
Can I ask a couple questions just to clarify what's,
Yes.
I don't think you have to wait a year. I think what we're saying is, isn't it true that we're saying anyone can come back anytime?
Anyone could come back and request to open a special permit. So we're tagging a year in case we don't hear from anyone, but if someone walked into planning and said, I've got a concern, can we open this hearing? I think it would happen a lot sooner than a year.
Yeah, and I also just want to clarify. I feel really uncomfortable even asking this question, but the letter that we got with the appendix with, similar problems. Are you saying, Stephen, that these are documented instances that happened, I don't know if it's really relevant to the, we're trying to set something for the future, but I also think it's a little bit of a, like, since it was stated, we have to understand if did this happen or is this speculative?
The contents about retaliation are matters that I have personal direct awareness with in similar housing situations.
Not this situation.
Not this, and it was not attributed. I want to be really clear. It was not attributed to this. Most of the documentation is attributed to the concepts and the impacts of this type of housing. None of this indicates, except for Appendix B, which was a review of the public record with respect to the structure, is not directed upon experience. Well, I didn't include that I almost had my ankle bitten off by a 6-foot lizard 3 summers ago that came from this house.
Are you saying you actually almost had your?
I almost did. And when we find the picture, we'll deliver it to you guys.
Okay, because I just
but-
want to be sure about what is speculative versus what are the facts from.
These are factual occurrences and they are not attributed to this particular structure or the individuals who are within it.
And I just also want to say for the board, maybe you guys could help me understand. I mean, we're trying to figure out what is an acceptable number of people to be in this neighborhood workforce housing and what is an acceptable management plan. We're not trying to figure out anything about, we're not the police.
No, or the
Right.
health department,
we're trying-
or the building department.
yeah.
Or any of those things.
Yeah, so we're not talking about individual people. We're talking about what is an appropriate number of hypothetical people of any type to go into a neighborhood workforce housing. I also just want to state about the management plan. I think it's our job to agree to negotiate. It's our job to negotiate a management plan that is going to be harmonious with the zoning bylaw. If we negotiate a management plan that, in your words, is very strong and very specific, and is a huge gap between how a group of people will live, we're not going to have success. So I don't know if that makes sense to my fellow board members, that as far as a goal, I mean, our goal is to try to get it right, to get the number of people right and the management plan right, so that the neighbors feel this will be a successful household in their neighborhood. And we feel that it's harmonious with the zoning bylaw, which includes the idea of workforce housing. I mean, that's what I'm working on. And I'd like to know if everybody.
I
else thinks that's true.
agree with pretty much everything you said.
All right, Walter Flaherty. I just have a question with all the requirements that you have for this employee housing, workforce housing. Do you require a specific number of bathrooms per employee, per bedroom? Do you require a fire alarm system or a sprinkler system in these houses that'll help 8, 10 bedrooms, 12, 14 people? If that's your department, or if there are some other department that requires that?
Be the building and fire department, is it? really about
Oh,
the
that's health and.
State,
sorry.
right?
Yeah, fire protection systems are through the state fire code and the building code as well. number of bathrooms, that's building code and plumbing code. There's human habitation code, but all of those things are not part of zoning. So those would need to be addressed separately if they're actual issues.
Thank you.
Thank you, Walter.
Can I ask another question about something that was said?
Yes.
I could not read the emeritus plan that was in the packet. I couldn't read how, and I also noticed that the building record code says that there are 4 bedrooms in this house. So does this house have a CO for the number of bedrooms that for 8 bedrooms? I guess this is a question for Mr. Bodett.
It's not in the building department file that I reviewed.
No. So after the last hearing, I went to the building department, found out it's an approved duplex with a building permit, without the permit closed out. And I just recently applied for a duplicate so I can close it out for them. That's it.
So it has 8 bedrooms.
Yes.
And what's the total living area of the house? I mean, is it still 3,777 square feet as in the building record card, or has it been expanded?
Well, it's going to be the size of the structure on the ground, which I might.
Was it expanded, or did you just create more bedrooms in the same container?
I think they created more bedrooms, added a kitchen. They turned it from a single family home. It was, that's why the tax card says it's a 4-bedroom house. Okay, because it was a 4-bedroom house.
Okay.
And I think it had a garage at some point, but they converted that to bedrooms, converted it to a duplex with a validly issued permit.
Okay, thank you.
Duplex, and it's been advertised as a single dwelling. That's what it says in the notice, public notice. That's why I was confused. I'm like,
Yeah.
you've said it's a duplex, but it's not a duplex.
It's not a duplex yet.
Yeah. So there's a lot of violations on this property we're hearing. That was my confusion, looking at the plans.
Yeah.
It's full on.
I mean, listen, I think that part of this should be the conditions that building permit gets closed out and inspected and before we approve anything, I think, or at least it's done through staff if we do it something. I mean, I think the bigger question for me and listening to everyone is and Hillary kind of said it is what are we as a board comfortable with as far as how many people should be living in this house and using this house in this neighborhood. And I think that's really what this comes down to. I mean, hyperbole and the BS aside, what are we comfortable with as a board in allowing to live in this structure?
Is that in our purview? I mean,
Well,
the housing, this bylaw limits what was the maximum?
The bylaw said
16?
18
18.
to 18 employees along with their children and their spouses.
Right, but that applies to any zoning district.
So, okay, so with that said, that leaves us the flexibility of looking at what Dave is actually saying is the size, how many bedrooms. I mean, it's kind of like coming up with our own. I mean, this is like the first time we've talked about it in this manner, like what we think should be allowed in a house. This makes the smoking thing easy to talk about. So whether it's blowing 50 miles an hour in lug 3, smoking outside. But anyway, so it's there's a lot of flexibility here through this special permit to limit. I hate saying the term limit people, but like that's kind of what this is technically.
Yeah. Through the special permit, you can reduce from 18. Can't allow more than 18, but you can reduce the
Like
number.
they did in the previous application.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really think of another set.
We don't do that many of these. The audience, the people that are subject to this is like, I'm not saying it's new. When did this bylaw go into effect? Because we've done a handful of these at the most.
Well, I gave Rick the list. I don't know if he has it handy.
I mean,
I don't have it handy.
They're like Rick's applications.
I mean,
You're the only one that does it.
I think
Everybody else does whatever they want. You're doing it this way.
Before we get to the number though, I mean, you have permitted these over.
I know there's
would
one
say 20
daffodil
year,
or whatever,
they're-
the little. I
they're-
remember that one. So,
They haven't been that controversial. They certainly haven't generated this level of discussion or this level of detail about people smoking or how big the kitchens are.
Yeah.
Or those things. It's been more wide neighborhood impacts, which are what you should be talking about, parking, noise, which we have the noise bylaw. And we haven't had really any complaints about these from an enforcement perspective.
Yeah.
The ones that we do receive complaints about, which I've discovered through noise bylaw complaints, are the ones that aren't regulated, that don't have special permits and don't have conditions and don't have management plans.
Leslie, could I ask you a follow-up question about that? Do you happen to know or remember of the ones that have been permitted, that you're referring to, about how many people are living? What's sort of the realm?
I don't have this handy, so this is off the cuff, but
Okay.
I can't think of any off the top of my head where the planning board has reduced them to less than maybe 16. I mean, usually you all allow up to 18 if that's what they're asking for.
No,
And there may be some outliers, again, like
Right.
I don't have the information handy.
I guess I'm asking, we heard Mr. Bodett say you always approve 2 people per bedroom, but is it common to have an 8-bedroom house? It seems like this is a 4-bedroom family house that has really been maxed out with a lot of little bedrooms. And that creates a bit of a different situation, in terms of space in the house and on the property. So I was wondering, it's reassuring to hear that we don't have a lot of complaints, but are we usually looking at a universe where it's 8 people living in the house, or 6 or 10? Do we know the answer to that question?
I don't know the answer, but I believe most of the structures that are part of the applications are larger structures.
Larger than
themselves
this,
with
in
more
bigger.
bedrooms.
Yeah.
So I can, if I may, Mr. Chairman, just to touch on that, I mean, I can only answer the ones that I've done because I know them well, but I can tell you, the only one I didn't do that I looked at was the Mayflower one. That's the one with the more robust ones that I think there was a bigger discussion on than normal. That's 12 people in a single family home. Just a single family home, 1 kitchen, okay? The ones I did 2 for NIR, I've done 3 for NIR, 2 in the Pinecrest neighborhood, each 9 right next to each other. And those didn't have the burden of the 1,000-foot rule because of the zoning district, but 2 right next to each other, 9 bedrooms each, 18 people. I did one for the airport that was in R20, 18 people. I want to say maybe 10 bedrooms. So there was one that, one person, a manager at the airport could have his own bedroom. The rest were double occupancy. I did one on Cynthia Lane, that's RC. That one was a duplex, 6 bedrooms, 12 people. So that's what I mean when I say that's very consistent with what you've approved. I would also agree that you're certainly within your rights to limit it, as Nat said. For us, there are 12 people there. So they're there now. And so personally, I can't authorize less than that. But that's why we reduced it to what was there. So in any event, I didn't mean to jump in front of Stephen, but I don't want to answer those questions.
May I? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going to back into these a little bit. I think the relevant metric is the number of persons in a house in a respective zoning. The applicant's agent has testified to primarily R20 or larger. And R10 zone is dramatically, the setbacks are dramatically smaller. The proximity to noise, outdoor gatherings, Parking issues because of the proximity of homes are magnified. All of these things are magnified, which is what my correspondence, my review and report indicate is in an R10 zone is different than other zones, like an R20 or a larger zone. I think number two, this isn't shade on anyone, I would never think to contact the planning board about my neighbor. And I'm on the planning board and I sit on these. I just would never be someone I would call. The functional requirement is to have the abutters informed that there's a designated manager, that the phone number is given out, that the phone number is always working, that the messaging works, that the texting works, that the email is there, that there's a response time, that there's read receipts given. These are simple controls that can be put in place programmatically and create accountability that solves problems in advance. And that's really what I think your responsibility is, because let's keep in mind, the zoning bylaw has changed in substantial ways the applicability of building codes, fire codes, health codes. And what I mean by that is you have essentially lodging house density use that is subject to a different building code than single family. Health department and board of health requirements that don't apply to single family dwelling units or uses, but this is more of a commercial density use. I'm not saying it's a commercial use. We went down that road with SDRs. I think we learned our lesson, but it is a commercial density use. Fire, the same thing. Fire inspections of uses of densities where people are licensed, they'll be licensed, right? They don't have a tenancy. They're going to be at the will. This will be at the will of the employee, a revocable license so that they can manage their property.
I mean, through you, Mr. Chairman, that would be my advice to avoid being required to meet the landlord tenant law, but it's never been a requirement.
So my point, well, it actually licenses a requirement of many of the prior management plans because that's the applicable use. These are typically a condition of employment. It's a revocable license. The individuals are there at the whim of the employer. They can be terminated without tenants' rights. That's all fine. I'm not getting into that. I'm just saying that that use is a lodging house type use. The relevancy of a lodging type use is that the fire department has annual inspections. They look at the cooking facilities. They look at the fire suppression system. They look at the fire alarm system. That Board of Health, the same thing. The building code is much more stringent. So what our zoning bylaw has done, it has kind of crossed the wires unintentionally, I think. I have kind of a unique experience because I'm involved in all these different things. Our zoning bylaw in this particular instance has crossed the wires. You have this high intensity use that's typically subject to more stringent inspections for life safety and sanitary control that are not being inspected for those. How do you fix it? You limit the number of people. So it is more like by volume, a residential single family use, which the structure can hold. This is a single family home. It had 4 to 5 individuals growing up over the last few decades, several decades, now that I think about it, that has been converted into 8 bedrooms, which is all single family building code, fire code, Board of Health codes, which is to say many of them aren't applicable. So how do you control that? Do you control for those? No, but do you need to be cognizant of those? I believe you do. That's a social responsibility of the planning board. And it is your authority. You are the authority having jurisdiction. You have the latitude within the special permit authority to consider the implications of the number of people in a wide variety of ways. Lastly, and I'm not calling this into question, but I would like to understand, and we will have an attorney review it. Is the notice for this project, the special permit, valid, given that the underlying conditions? Did it list a single family home having 8 bedrooms?
I can't, but Stephen, I have to be honest with you, and I'm not trying to cut you off, but I think we are all very aware of your stance here and your feeling, and I'm not denying that it isn't real, but we definitely will take that into our consideration.
Okay, and if I may just respond, it's not my position. I'm giving you information on it represents my position, but this is information on rational, applicable topics that are not typically reviewed, because we don't typically get an R10 where you've got 18 or 12 people being sandwiched into a single family home without these other controls in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Oh, sorry.
I just quickly again, Campbell Sutton. So as Steve was just saying, it sort of made me think about, you know, that process with Concom where we have lots that if there is a connection with Concom, like there's a wetland on the property, that the concept first, the application first has to go through Concom before it comes to the planning board, right? And I'm just sort of thinking, well, there was one at one time. That's on the application, it said that. But I'm just sort of thinking that in terms of standardizing this sort of new concept, whether we want to have that kind of thing where you'd have to, you know, in the application include the CO for the property and include like an approval from the fire department and health department, that kind of thing, before it gets to you, so that, you know, like a situation like this where suddenly, you know, you're like, well, I'm not the fire department, I'm not the health department, I don't know those codes. That's, yeah. So I'm just sort of speaking out loud about a process that might facilitate this housing,
cannot
but also make it so that, you know, it's easier to approve, right?
informational, but I think that it's important to understand that we cannot base our decision based on what another board does or doesn't do.
That's correct. That's
So-
correct.
So I think
That's why I was
it's
just sort
muddy.
of saying
Yeah,
the
for information,
application
not
process
Yeah.
should include that,
Yeah.
and you should be the last. result.
Thank you. Yeah, and I would suggest that any decision this board makes today is based on this property being brought up to code and having this building permit closed out. So is it, do we have anyone online?
No, no hands are raised online.
Just a few things, just to respond to some of the comments and, you know,
We did just get a hand up.
Do you want to do this and then you can,
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
who do we have?
It went back down.
Okay.
We're gonna shut the commenting up.
Yeah, we are. Rick.
So he went back up too. Sorry. Anyway, just to respond to a few things, I touched on this last hearing as well. And, you know, truth is, and I said this to Stephen yesterday, I really disagree with generally speaking, a lot of the things that the neighbors said, that we should have rules. That's why these guardrails exist in the bylaw. We should have a management plan. I, for one, think they should complain if there's a problem. I don't think that's harassing. I mean, they have the benefit of a special permit if they get this. And the neighbors should complain if my clients are not complying with the permit. So I don't disagree with any of that. You know, it's really just a matter of being consistent. When you've done this a number of times before, I have to disagree with the idea that this is new. It's not new.
Right.
I've permitted this now twice in R5. That's Cynthia and the one tonight. That's half the size of this lot. Both duplexes like this. You know, if it was fine for those, it should be fine for this. And you should give someone the benefit of the doubt to house their employees. And if there is a problem, then we should address it. I mean, it's just like, you know, you don't presume someone's gonna kill someone just because they have a license to drive a car. I mean, you give them that license and you take it away when they don't behave. If we don't behave, you should take it away. I mean, so I don't in generally disagree with a lot of these things. And I think some of the things I disagree with is some of the conditions and how they're even enforceable. So.
Right. Thank you, Rick.
Sure.
I just wanted to just reiterate that giving the benefit of the doubt, who are you giving it to? What about all the people in the neighborhood who clearly are impacted by the potential of overcrowding this property? So I think looking at the application, it was the application was put in with a certain parameter of bedrooms and information that isn't clearly accurate. And I think that's something to really consider in even looking at this application at this time, and not revisiting it. And I also think, again, benefit of the doubt has to look at both sides of this and the concerns that we have, because once you dip your toe in that, even though there are potential options to change it, I think you're looking at preventative rather than later on having to deal with repercussions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That hand disappear? Okay, so I would entertain a motion. I think we've heard enough to make our decision, correct?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Up second?
I'll second it.
And Abby's sitting on this, correct?
Correct.
All right, motion made by Hillary, seconded by Nat. Hillary,
Aye.
Nat,
All right.
Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. All right, guys and gals, ladies
Rick.
and gents, what are we gonna do?
All right, Eric. Still gotta talk to him a little bit.
Can I get one question answered about the Gail Butler brought up about the
About the,
The
yeah,
golf
about
course
the
housing?
golf course?
Is that
Is
not-
that-
Before we get into the whole,
that not qualify or?
this is, their point is, I try to make a different way. So like legal ones versus the, okay, so how many people are there? Blah, blah, blah.
You mean
Go
the
ahead.
golf course? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah,
Yeah. So, so what I did, as I mentioned in the first hearing, as part of this process, obviously, when my client asked me to file this, the first thing I said to him is, first thing we have to check is whether there's more than one within 1,000 feet. And I won't apply if there is. There were none. We put the radius out there. We checked everyone that's been approved. And to be honest, I was surprised that there wasn't one. And one, meaning one special permit approved by you. So I don't know how they have it there. They might be one of the many that either, I don't know, maybe I guess it's possible, could have been approved before this existed. But it's not this special permit. The requirement is can't have two of these, sorry, can't have more than two of these. You can have two within 1,000 square feet in the R district. Doesn't apply to the
Any R district.
any R district. And again, this isn't allowed in the LUG districts, this special permit. It's only the Rs and I think CTEC.
It's not allowed in the lug.
Well.
No,
not
because,
I think is a better word, allowed versus.
well, you can't apply for this
Right.
if you're in LUG.
Yeah.
And what LUG has instead is quote, employer dormitory. And the difference between the two is employer dormitory is something for an on-site commercial, like a golf, like the Nantucket Golf Club. If they have a dormitory there, that's in LUG and that's on their site, their commercial site. That's the difference.
This is. It's so bizarre to have this conversation like this after 4, 5, 6 years of discussing the STRs. Like it was the worst thing that ever happened to the island. And now we're driving towards year-round housing, and now we're having a huge argument about year-round housing right now with this application because of the language in it, because of the process to get this approved creates a large conversation, which is what's happened with this application. Steve aside, if this would have had a conversation, regardless if this was in, a different area of this area, like in R10 or Gray Avenue or somewhere, it would have been the same situation, in my opinion. What are you willing to, how much have you adjusted on this? You got 12 total, right? 12 people total, all ages and sizes.
12.
Yeah, so I mean, I can tell you right now, and by the way, just to answer another question that was referenced, this special permit is for employees, spouses, domestic partners,
Yeah,
and dependents.
Yeah.
It's not just for employees. So anyway,
yeah.
and look, the point was made that this could change, and it could, and that's why we've applied for this, this whole thing. But in the upstairs, it's the chief operating officer and his wife. They're both employees. They have 2 children that are not employees. One's young, one's in college. They have a son who is an employee, lives there, and then 2 unrelated employees. That's in the upstairs. Downstairs is the lead outside foreman for the landfill and his wife. Their 2 children in a bedroom and another unrelated employee. That's what they have there. That's 12.
So there's 5 children.
4 children. I mean, yes,
plus
there's a
the
5th children, but
volunteer.
one of them's an employee.
Right. But
Yes.
when we say children, are they under 18?
There are 4 children. One is in college, so probably not.
Okay. So
But
there's 3 people under the age.
of I don't know, but yeah, I would say, yeah.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, you have a hand, you have Abby up as well.
Oh, okay. Abby,
I just had a question. I thought, based on what Nat said, if this was a short-term rental, how many people could be in it? Do we know? And this might be a question for staff, just curious.
With a daycare center.
Under the zoning bylaw, that wouldn't be regulated. That would be regulated under the health code.
yeah.
Yeah, I was looking, Abby, I had the same question, and so I was looking for the regulation, and I actually don't see. I was looking for it in the health department regulation.
2 per bedroom.
Two per bedroom.
I think it's right, people advertise them for based on the number of people that can sleep in the house, and there's been, and that's based on like how many beds you have in the house.
Yeah, well, it's 2 per bedroom plus 1, I believe is the math they use for that. Yeah.
But I think it's a reasonable thing to bring up. I don't think it's going to help us in this,
No.
make this discussion, but it does point out that we have these other group living situations that are sprinkled throughout neighborhoods that do, sometimes they're fine, sometimes they cause problems. And we do subject those to maybe additional licenses, and we don't require, all this parking. The parking being a problem here, has the parking having been pointed out by
We have the-
members of the board as a problem.
Well, we have the ability through a special permit to regulate this
Right.
far more than an STR. I have my question directly to Joe is, how many would you be comfortable with on this problem? Because I know that you.
Well, first off, I feel like they put this plan through, right? Built it, don't have it properly permitted.
Yeah.
So asking for, forgiveness instead of permission. So I feel like the cart's before the horse. I coming into this meeting had 10 in my head, but looking at this plan and kind of looking at and hearing the numbers of, and I get the 4 kids that, one works for the company. That's great. But the density is just way too much. And I think the other part of it is it was built as a single family and it's a duplex. So this is where, like, some of the things we're looking at as we kind of go along and peel back the onion, so to speak, there just seems to be more and more problems. And I feel that some of these rooms are so small and on top of each other that it's really become like a friction point. I know that's not what we're supposed to be reviewing, but that's kind of where I'm at. I just keep looking at this plan and feel like, oh, we're just going to come back and no permit it. Yes, it could be an STR with 16 people, if not more, right? You could have a whole college group in here. But I just feel that we're looking at this right now. I respect having 2 family members, but I have a little bit of problem with maybe too many employees here. That's kind of where I'm getting the hang up on. right?
And I respect that. My concern is this. We tell him 10, we got 2 homeless people.
No, I understand. That's my point. But that's what I'm saying. They're coming back and begging for, you know,
You know, so I'm really conflicted on this, to be honest. I certainly don't want to deny it, but I have concerns like everyone else about density. I think that, some of the things we can address that Stephen's very concerned about by, having a point man attached to the management plan with a phone number that's accessible all the time, stuff that's really easy to do and makes them accountable. But it's this that I'm concerned about is this an appropriate amount in that room? Looking at the floor plan on this, I'm looking at rooms that are tiny.
Yes.
So that's a concern, and I think that's the broader discussion for this board. What are we comfortable with?
So our goal is to issue special permits when they're in harmony with the zoning bylaw and the zoning district. And we do have to keep awareness that this is a single family zoning district, and this is a family duplex. So I don't.
Conventional duplex. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I very much agree with Joe's statements that, ideally this would be properly permitted. We would know what's there. I can't read the plan. It looks like a lot of the buildings are small. I think we do have to show deference to the people in the neighborhood who have been living who've been living with this neighborhood house and are coming here to talk to us and have this to say. So I do think, I don't actually want to see anything different about the management plan. I think the management plan is right. I would like to ask the landlord to make it a non-smoking household. I really would like to ask that. And I think the landlord can make any place they rent a non-smoking household. We've heard from a young person that the smoking of various substances was a problem for her. But I also think we just have to tell Waste Options that it's too many people, because it's not harmonious with the bylaw in this area. And that means not that we'll have homeless people, but that we have to have some time for Waste Options to find a different place for them to go. It does come down to the density, the fit with the neighborhood, the harmony with the zoning district, and the number of people in the type of bedrooms.
I think you see how this is going, my friend.
Oh my God. Rick,
I mean, is it going that way? I mean, I don't know. I mean,
let me ask you a question. I mean, we're getting into, we're singling out one property on the Nantucket right now. That's how I see it.
Well,
that's the
We're
trouble.
singling it out.
No, we're not.
Yeah, we are.
It's
We're-
the structure. of
Okay,
this lot.
but let me explain what I'm gonna say first, and
Okay,
then
go
you'll tell
ahead.
me if I'm singling out.
I
So
won't-
let's pretend this is dirt. This is just dirt. How big is this lot?
It's our tents. It's gotta be.
No,
our
but
10.
how big is it now? I mean, that doesn't mean anything. It could be 17.
Just looked up the property card, Nat. It's 0.27.
22,000 square feet?
No.
No.
It's 0.27 acres, which is
Oh,
11,761
okay.
square
So
feet.
is the ground cover of this property used up with this building? It must be, or pretty close, 25%.
25%. I don't know. Let me see if Bracken's plan has.
That's just what I'm getting at. What could be built on this property if it was dirt, under the current situation we're in? It matters. 3 separate buildings could be built.
This is just barely over 10,000 square feet.
Yeah, so this is
So it's 2,500, 2,600.
26
Yeah.
square feet.
It's 32% ground covered by my.
So what I'm getting at is, if this was fresh and you had this like perfect plan to build 3 structures on this lot with how many bedrooms could be built. I'm looking at it from that perspective because we keep talking about one house can't do this or that. And I'm not saying that that's not true, okay? I'm not saying that everyone living in one house is the same as 3 separate dwellings. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that they're trying to make up an existing property fulfill their needs is to the level that is technically allowed under special permit. That's what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
As far as what Joe brought up about they don't have a CO in this house. There's a lot of houses that don't have COs on Nantucket, tons of them. So that's not some new thing.
Let's say that we're part of the festival. That's a good thing to go after.
New thing on Nantucket.
No, I know. And
Okay.
look, let me just say that, if the bedrooms are small, I mean,
Yeah.
the building department wouldn't approve the permit if it wasn't a legal bedroom.
Yeah.
And it's an approved permit for an 8-bedroom duplex, period. And I could come in here with it dirt and apply for this permit without it built yet, and then
Yeah.
apply for the building permit. I mean,
Yeah. I'm
the
just
order,
trying to
I mean,
make
I
it
understand
difficult.
it should be
It's
closed out.
allowed. I mean, you could build a daycare center without a permit. You could do all kinds of
Yeah.
things on Nantucket by right that people wouldn't like either, okay? I'm just trying to bring some perspective back to the table a little bit here.
Yeah.
I mean, you need 4 votes, okay? I think that we need to have more. I mean, I know we closed the public hearing, but that doesn't mean that we can't reopen the public hearing. I think that we need to come up with something that's acceptable, but they need this housing, one way or the other. And they've already lived there. We have to find some way to make this work. Because the existing conditions, if you never came into us, what would be happening right now?
What I'm
What's
asking
happening now?
for. Yeah.
There wouldn't be any recourse, like, other than enforcement from either zoning officer or it's like, I guess, health department. I mean, I guess, but I'd like this to be cleaner. I'd like it to be able to be accepted where we can have. I mean, I hate to say this, it does feel like it's a brand new process, even though it isn't. It feels new because no one's ever come to these hearings on these other ones that much. Even the one at Daffodil or
Mayflower.
the other end. I know, Mayflower, I can never think of that. That one had a little bit of controversy, but not anything like this, as I recall. That was the last one, I think, that I remember. But anyway. And I just, the parking on the street is definitely out. Regardless, that's something that we, unfortunately, in Nantucket never planned for on-street parking in the late 70s up till the really around mid-2000s. It just never got planned. So there's tons of streets that don't have on-street parking. And, so that's just the way it is. But I think we need to potentially, if we can find a way to continue this and so.
I mean, I don't, if you.
See you having the 4 votes, to be honest with you right now.
Look.
And I'm
Sorry.
not sure that you will if we continue it, but we could continue it, reopen the public hearing and try to make sense of it, or someone could make a motion and see if it makes it. I mean, it's.
Up to you guys. I mean, if there's, I guess, let me say this, I'm fine with you reopening the public hearing and continuing it so that we can maybe present something, if I can ask my client and they can live with a reduction. I mean, really the only thing I'm hearing is a reduction in number. I mean,
That's what
amongst the board members.
That's what I'm feeling, but I don't know a number.
Well, I'm hearing some numbers.
People before till tonight.
I know. And so it's
the
either
first
that
night
or,
people.
or a motion with a lesser number. I mean, again,
I would be willing to make a motion for a lesser number. I just think it's so expensive for the applicant to keep drawing this out. And I think, first of all, every single property is individual. So our determination is always tailored to the situation. Every zoning district is different and the neighborhoods are different. I think that it's our job as a planning board to make sure that what we permit is harmonious and is accepted in the neighborhood. And this is discretionary. We're trying to balance the needs of waste options, housing needs, with neighborhoods, because we are in the unfortunate situation on this island of having to put densely occupied workforce housing in residential neighborhoods. They're very small, not every house has small, tiny, has tiny bedrooms. This house has very small bedrooms. Not every house has, limited outdoor space. So if the board would be receptive, I see Abby's hand is up actually, so I'm prepared to make a motion, but I'm
Okay,
also
great.
happy to hear
Let's
from
get-
Abby.
Let's hear from Abby. Abby?
Sorry, I had to go off mute. I put my hand up actually like a long time ago, but I would be open to, I guess it depends on what the lesser is. I did want to know, so it's 12 people who are there now, 4 children. Have there been any complaints of like the people who are there in that situation now?
Not that I'm aware of. This would be the first time I hear it in a moment.
Okay, because I just, because I think everyone seems very wary of increasing the density, but I didn't know if the current density was actually like causing a problem in the neighborhood where we have documentation. Because I think that when I was looking at Stephen's letter, obviously there's a lot of hypotheticals, but they weren't directly applicable to this location. And so I think it's important to think about, if we've never gotten a complaint and the current situation is 12 people, sounds like 8 employees because one of them is 8 and 4 children, like that is what is happening now and no one has complained, correct?
I think it's important to remember here is, yes, we've had applications for these, we've been approving these. I don't recall one of these that has caused such an upheaval in the neighborhood. And I think that we as a board need to take that into the account in the decision we make.
Well, I felt like a couple of butters spoke up and said they were parking on the street.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm having the problem. It's gonna happen again.
Yeah, I'm not denying that this is problematic, but I think that either we deny this straight out or we offer a reduced amount to the applicant. And I think that it's time now that someone make a motion with that reduced amount and let's see what we got.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve it for 10. I do have a question about how that affects the amount of parking spaces and the cars that would be.
Probably doesn't change anything.
It doesn't.
And
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we approve it with 10. I would like to add the condition, add the changes that we had before. And I would also like to ask if the landlord would be willing to make this a non-smoking property. Because we've had a child say that she's smelling marijuana smoke and, and cigarette smoke all the time when she's out playing.
Right.
And I don't think that's right.
That's one house when they're surrounded by houses. So we're gonna say no smoking in this house, but all the rest of the house.
Well, that's my motion. Anyone can ask me to modify my motion. Or not, or
I mean,
not.
I mean, we can ask him, but he can say no, and then what's the recourse? There is no we're not gonna pull the permit if he says no, are we? We could make
But then put it in as a request.
okay, all right,
That's my motion.
all right, okay. Included in that motion is contact information for the manager of the building and a phone number that's
Yep.
available to all the neighbors. No street parking, a request to make it non-smoking. Am I missing anything?
We were changing the hours to match the letter for Atlantic and adding an additional clause about limiting outdoor noise of all types
From
between
7
the
to 10.
hours of 10 PM and 7 AM.
Okay. Right. Okay, so that's the motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion. Motion made by Hillary, seconded by Joe. Matt can't control
I
himself.
wanted the second for discussion, but that's okay.
Go ahead.
You
Take
go
it.
ahead.
Take it.
Well, I don't want to jump in front of Joe and that. Rick, and maybe I missed this in the conversation. So there's currently 12 people there right now. So 2 people have to leave. I mean, you know how dumb that was.
Yeah, that's
Right, I'll just
exactly
say-
where I
My
am, Nat.
issue
I'm
right
gonna
now. I
vote
wasn't
against
really
this
thinking
because
about
I am
that
not kicking someone
specifically,
out of their
'cause I was
housing.
Looking at what was allowed under the bylaw versus what the reduction number was on your part. And I wasn't thinking about there's technically 12 people in the house now.
That was
So I
the
wasn't
purpose of-
thinking about that. So I think that needs to be,
And if we deny the application, what happens?
Yeah.
Those
No.
12
And it
people stay there.
no, but
We have to find the right number for the house.
we do.
Well, that's our job.
Oh, it is now? I didn't know that. Okay.
Well, in this.
I just have a
instance,
problem because
it
of
is.
over parking,
I-
right? They're on the street.
I-
That's
well,
the complaint.
That part is an easy one to solve, in my opinion.
I know, but they're still having the complaints. So,
No, but saying no parking in the street is a lot easier than saying 2 people have to leave a property that already live there. You know what I mean?
There,
Not-
there,
these
Mr.
people
Chairman,
live there with a permit. I mean, that's why we're.
it's all illegal right now.
All right.
there's nothing illegal there.
That's
So
my
we're
point
clear.
of begging forgiveness.
That's,
Is it illegal if he finishes his permit and it's a duplex and he has 2 kitchens and all these bedrooms and these people living here? It's not really illegal. He's within his right.
and by the
You
way,
just can't have a dormitory
I
doing
think
that.
can I just say, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
nothing wrong with parking on the street when there's no permit that says you can't park on the street, just like I park on my street.
Right.
But that's the purpose of the permit that has
He's
conditions.
trying to
that
codify
says
the
park on
conditions.
The street, whether we have
This is
10,
back
12 or
The
16.
beginning of the whole thing. right
Point,
now.
point of order, is the public hearing open right now or is it
No.
closed?
No.
Wow.
It's closed.
all right. So we have a motion on the table. Let's vote it through and see where it gets us. So motion made by Hillary, seconded by Joe. Hillary,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
No.
Abby,
No,
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what I vote, yeah.
Or would you
So-
vote it?
I will vote, yes.
I'll make can I make a new motion?
Yes,
I'll make a motion to have the restrictions, including specifying the parking restriction. They can't park on the street, but for 12 people, because I do not want to kick anyone out of their housing. So for 12, but with all the other restrictions.
Excuse me, there's no 12 people in there. I don't think it's 12. It's a wrong information. Right now, it's maybe less than 12.
Well, that's very important to
I live on the
clarify.
16.
But you close the public hearing, so we can't allow you.
Yeah, but that is really important, and I think it's a point of order. How many people are, there's actually, isn't it a family of 5? How many people are living in the house right now?
Well,
Didn't Rick confirmed
12
that,
people are
didn't
living
he?
in the house right now.
but one is in college.
No,
So that,
this is-
so
Yeah.
that makes
We've
11.
never done anything like this in my.
But anyway, I'm making the motion for 12,
Okay.
but with all the other restrictions, including restricting the parking, which as Rick pointed out, is not on the current.
So
permit.
all
It's
the
not
restrictions
restricted.
we've discussed stay, and you're saying 12.
Well, yes, except I'm actually not going to include the smoking restrictions either.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, do I have a second on this?
I'll second for discussion
Okay,
that I want for the first year, 3 months, a review.
okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
It's Like it's, the neighbors are happy, everyone's happy. I know they can come in anytime, but I really want. this
Okay, so
review.
3 months, so
And then go.
I agree with that.
I agree with that. 3 months.
Okay.
Again, this is
Also-
new territory.
Also, no permit is issued until
Yes.
they have a CO.
Correct.
So we need to.
Yeah,
file
so I'll
this-
not,
we cannot withhold a decision until they have a CO. So I suggest you give them a deadline to to obtain a CO?
The
So
3 months.
3 months, yeah.
I mean,
is that
I,
90 days after
you'll
the
be back
filing of the
then.
decision, which is when you're
Okay.
coming back to
So,
us?
In 3 months, when you come back here, you'll have a CO in hand. We will have all the neighbors telling us how it's going, and then we will move on from there, depending on what we hear.
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
How does that, if at all, prejudice an appeal? To have a condition
Not a lawyer.
that doesn't allow the occupancy or the permit to be effect for another 90 days.
All conditions would be on hold. They wouldn't have to comply with conditions in the decision if it's, right, they stay. If it's going through an active appeal.
what's the question? Sorry.
But did I understand that correctly?
He's saying.
Does that answer?
it-
Right, so if it were hypothetically to be appealed, your question is what happens to these conditions that have deadlines?
The question, the question is actually from the other side. Do the conditions prejudice in any way an appeal in terms of changing the deadline for the appeal?
No.
I don't
No.
understand.
The appeal's the same. The decision gets filed. There's a 21-day appeal period. And the decision can be appealed.
Okay, I just wanted to understand that if there was a 90-day waiting period allowance for something to put the permit into effect, does that affect the appeal period?
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor that's been seconded. It was made by Abby, seconded by Joe.
And I guess, did I have to, I just want to clarify, I updated it to include the condition Joe said of the 3-month
We're
review.
adding the review in 3 months
Yeah.
No,
and the CO.
3 months for a year. 3 months, 3 months.
You want
Yeah.
every month for
Yeah.
you? Okay.
Yeah.
Can I
Yeah.
add an additional modification, which is of the 12? I'm trying to keep things the way they are. So Abby has suggested that we move to keeping things the way they are, which includes that this is a family.
Yeah.
There's 2 related minor children. Could we modify the motion to be 12 people? 2 of whom may be related minor children.
No, I'm not going to make that modification. I don't think we should do that.
Abby, that's really not for you to answer, but if Leslie is saying that it's not allowed,
It's
then
not
it's
allowed.
not allowed.
Well, I'm saying as my motion, I'm not going to include that.
Okay, listen, the motion's on the floor, okay? Motion made by Abby, seconded by Joe. Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
No,
Hillary.
Aye.
no.
Well,
I changed my no.
Thank you for
okay.
working
so
that out.
Every 3 months, we'll see you guys back in here. And we'll see you all back in here and we can modify this at any time if things go south. Okay? Thank you. All right, we are on to Cliffside Beach Club, Inc. 46 Jefferson Ave. Boy, you're glad you skipped the last one, aren't you?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. For the applicant, Attorney John Brusher representing Cliffside Beach Club. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for all your time this afternoon. This has nothing to do with employee dormitories, so hopefully we can make this a little bit quicker and simpler. As a reminder, we came before you a number of months ago for modification to the MCD to allow an additional 40 memberships. We've been in touch with the neighbors in the galley about coming up with both a survey and a parking management plan. We have been back and forth with them. We have met a handful of times since our initial hearing. At present, we're effectively at an impasse. We have submitted what we consider to be a workable draft management plan or shared valet agreement. And I believe you have correspondence from Arthur Reed and the galley about what they find that they don't agree with it is the short answer. without belaboring the issue too much, the issue boils down to having spots on the Cliffside land remain as part of a shared valet service in perpetuity, which there's already an easement for 13 spots, and we're saying that we're okay with adding a few other spots, so long as these permits are in effect. In other words, that once an MCD modification comes in, they'd be revisited. The galley has indicated that, and I don't necessarily want to speak for them, but they have indicated that they would like that to be more permanent, and that's not something we're prepared to do because it's tantamount to an easement at this point. So we have a survey. We are confident that we can meet the valet requirements for the additional members that we're requesting. I'll note that, they have not, the galley has not necessarily objected per se to the increase in membership. Their concern has been the parking management plan and the adding spots on the Cliffside land in perpetuity, which, as I said, is tantamount to an easement that we are not willing to grant this time. I am happy to answer any questions and that the board may have. Again, we have tried, but this is the impasse that we're at, and we are certainly confident that both under the plan that has been proposed and and knowing the workings of Cliffside Beach Club, that there will not be a parking issue. That we'll be able to meet the parking demand using a valet service on property.
Mr. Reed on?
Yeah, Arthur has his hand up.
Welcome back, Arthur.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. As you know, I represent the Galley Restaurant, and my clients, Jeffrey and David Silva, are in the audience and may also have some comments. And I think the point here is, we've stated all along, we're not opposed to the increase in membership in the Cliffside Beach Club, but we think that the management plan for the parking needs to be in place, and it needs to be one that is based upon an agreement entered into between the parties as to the use of the parking area and as to the management of the parking area. Right now, there is not a written agreement, there is not a formal agreement between the parties. Up to now, the parking, shared parking valet service has been done on an ad hoc basis rather than pursuant to a formal agreement. And it's worked. However, the applicant is now proposing to increase the number of members, and therefore that puts into play the question of the nature of the agreement and the fact that there is not a written formal agreement in place at the present time. And without an agreement, since their application is based upon having valet parking, if there is no agreement for valet parking, and there isn't one at the present time, the whole basis for the special permit is not there. This would be a situation like where a subdivision plan might be coming in before you, and the plan was dependent upon there being an easement in place for access to the property. And it then turns out that there is no easement. Right now, there is no agreement between the parties that provides for the valet parking arrangement to be in place, and therefore the prerequisite for their proceeding with this application is absent. We've met with them on a number of occasions. We've met with John and his client on several occasions by Zoom calls, and progress certainly have been made in those conversations. But there are 3 points basically that have not been able to be resolved between the parties. And once again, as you and your staff have pointed out, it's not the planning board's job to make an agreement between the parties, to work out the agreement between the parties, but rather to respond to the application in the light of whether the requisite agreement is in place. And it's not. The issues have come down to
we've never said it has to be a permanent easement, but rather a permanent agreement. There is a permanent easement in place right now with regard to the parking spaces within the shared area, which is to be included within the management plan. The plan, as they've proposed it, would have the 13 spaces that are galleys spaces within the easement area, and 11 of their spaces, plus the shared spaces that are in the remainder of the easement area, which are shared between the parties. And also, Galley will be utilizing the 6 spaces that it has on its own property for the valet service as well. They are only proposing to contribute 11 spaces within the Cliffside Beach property, whereas we're contributing the 13 within the shared area. We don't think that that's equitable, but that's a relatively minor point compared to the fact that we have raised the issue of what happens in the event that either party ceases doing what they're doing. Our proposal, which we've submitted to the board, and which is in your packet, provides that in the event that the agreement remains in effect, the valet agreement would remain in effect as long as the Galley property operates as a restaurant and the Cliffside property operates as a private beach club and or hotel. The proposal that the Cliffside Beach Club has presented would indicate that if either party came in to the board for a modification of what they are proposing, of what they have at the present time, or what Cliffside would have as a result of this application, which is an increase in number of memberships, that all bets would be off, and that the valet parking agreement would cease. We think that's inequitable. We think that the parking arrangement needs to be in place, and that neither party should be able to unilaterally terminate it by changing their use, or by seeking to change their use even. We also have suggested that a provision of that agreement needs to be that in the event that for any reason the agreement does get terminated by either party or by agreement of the parties, that the party who's not terminating it should continue to be able to do valet parking within the shared area in which 13 spaces are dedicated for use by the galley, and the remaining spaces are available to be shared between the parties. That so long as the spaces that would be utilized potentially by the other party are not being obstructed, that valet parking can continue to operate within the shared area. Now, therefore, we suggest to you that you don't have the necessary prerequisite in place to grant this special permit. We had hoped that this would be continued again until such time as the parties can work it out. We really feel that it should be worked out. We've made every effort to do so. But until that is in place, we feel that the special permit should not be granted for the modification that's being requested. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, I'm going to put you on this. I don't know if that's, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can respond to a lot of that. We have made efforts in place, but a lot of these conditions that Arthur is asking for just are not palatable. The one that I want to address in particular is that our intent has been to have this shared valet agreement tied to the MCD modification. It's tied to the MCD so as a condition. In a perfect world, we'd say it would be revisited, but I don't know that that works. And so we had to say the clever language we came up with was basically that would be terminated and we'd have to sort of review it again. So it's similar to how it would be on any other MCD condition. That said, a lot of the other requests that Arthur and his clients are asking for are sort of beyond the scope of our application. B, and it's sort of tantamount to, again, asking for an easement. They're right. There is no agreement in place between the parties. It's been a handshake for the last, I believe it's been about 15 years, and it has worked. We thought that this would memorialize it and work, but we can't seem to come to an agreement on the terms of it, despite our collective best efforts. I mean, all that, I'm happy to take other questions from the board at this time. Yeah.
Arthur,
Yes.
is there a path forward without a deeded easement?
I'm sorry, without what?
Is there a path forward here without an easement?
Well, I think they need, without an agreement?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that they're willing to give you an easement.
We're not asking for an easement.
Okay,
So I think that's a misrepresentation.
okay. So
just to explain the parking, if you look at that whole parking lot,
Mhm.
I'm David Silva, I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah,
Just
no
how
problem.
it is.
I'm David Sullivan, I'm the co-owner of Galley Beach with my brother Jeffrey, who's over there. We're not asking for an additional easement. There is an easement. It's that if you look at the plan that was submitted, our survey plan, their survey plan, there's an easement that's in the middle. It's kind of the prime parking there. In that easement, there's 18 parking spaces. Their survey actually shows 20, but 2 of those are, admittedly by them valet spaces. Those 18 spaces, 13 are ours, and there's 5 shared spaces. That's what Arthur was just saying. We're not asking, if they pull out of the valet agreement and don't contribute their 11 spaces, we think they should contribute the same amount as we are, which is 13. We're just saying that we can continue to valet in our parking spaces that are ours and behind our parking spaces, and that they can too. If we were to pull out, we're not pulling out, we're going to be a restaurant forever, but that's what we're asking. So we're not saying you have to give us a new easement. That's not being asked. Nothing permanent besides what's already there. This parking easement area is a permanent fixture. It's not going anywhere.
I'm not clear. Yeah.
I'm actually more confused. You had me, there was a glimmer and I thought I had it, and then I was like,
Yeah, go
it
ahead.
all fell apart. Can someone explain this as in like, we have this, they have this, we share this, and why any of that is relevant to other than the evident relevance, which is if you're going to increase your membership, you need parking. But can't the planning board just make a determination that if you don't have adequate hold on a sec.
Yeah, sorry.
Can't we just make a determination if there is inadequate parking that the membership can't be there?
We could.
I'm just trying to figure out a simpler way to process this because it seems like we're involved in something that is,
I think what you're involved in is beyond the scope, just like at the last meeting when we were talking about the easement that was granted from Cliffside to us.
Yeah.
And we were saying, hey, let's change that easement to include valet, which is what they're asking us to do. And you guys said, we can't compel that. So we took that and said, okay, but what's being asked right now for this valet service is for us to agree to valet service within the easement area. We've done it, like we said, on this handshake deal every year, but right now there's no agreement. That agreement always comes up in May and we're going, oh yeah, let's do this again. So if we're going to they're asking us to agree to do valet, and we'll even agree to do that, but not in an equitable way. You can't give 11 spaces while we're giving 13. That's like, number one, that seems just like simple math.
So are we being asked? I really am confused.
Yeah.
So, is the issue that, so clearly what Cliffside wants is they want to expand their membership.
Correct.
You want to go, well, you asked for 150, but what we have here talked about is 130.
Mhm.
You want to go to 130.
Correct.
And, we are being asked to kind of mediate what?
May I interrupt? for a
Yes,
second?
please.
Sure.
Help me.
Sure. It has gone far afield.
Yeah.
We asked for 40 additional members. We have since reduced that to 20 members.
Yes.
Given the site constraints, we cannot provide additional parking. However, we have a valet service that has been in operation, and we believe that using that valet service, we can accommodate the additional parking demand of those 20 members.
Right.
That's,
Right.
if we're boiling the entire application down, that's what it is.
Right. And so you can fit, if I did the math right, you can fit an additional 18 cars on the lot by having this valet system. That's what, right. Okay.
At least
Yes.
that number.
And do you need area that is in an easement that is shared by the galley to get those additional 18 people, 18 spots?
We do not.
Okay, so,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
no,
No.
please help me out.
No, I'm just wondering why there isn't parity in the amount of parking spaces? Why they have 11 and you guys have 13, is that?
No, in the parking management plan that in the parking management plan that they presented, they're offering to contribute 11 spaces to this valet service. We've had this year-to-year handshake deal, let's do valet,
Yeah.
because we share this parking area. And we've done that. So because this request to have a larger impact on that parking area is coming in front of you, we've stood up and said, let's make this more formal, because this is going to be a bigger impact on the parking. So let's figure it out. But also, the property's been for sale, which also just scares, like, I don't know who the new neighbor is. So when we look at that parking management plan that's being presented, there's 13 spaces that are within the easement that we're saying, we said we'd give 19 spaces. And they said, we'll only give 11. So we said, okay, if you're only going to give 11, we'll give 13, but you should give 13 too. And they came back, we'll only give 11. So that just doesn't seem fair.
So,
As we formalize this plan, that's not a fair plan.
but so this is another area I'm confused. So the galley restaurant has 13 parking spaces, right?
We have 19, and then we share 5 that are in the easement. So in that, if you do that math, it's 20.
So there are
one
five,
half.
there are 5 from the easement are allocated to galley.
13 within the easement are allocated to the galley.
Okay, all right. And then you have an additional how many that are yours that are not in an easement?
There's 6 on our property, which
Okay, so
gets
you
you
have
to 19.
plus 6.
And then there's 5 in the easement area that are for the use of both galley and Cliffside,
And that's in addition
in
to
addition.
the 19.
Yep.
Okay. And then this 18.
But just to be clear about that, those 5, the way they're being counted in their parking management plan, they're counting those 5 as belonging to them. So right there's a legal matter that has not been resolved, I would say, of how they read the easement and how we read the easement. We don't think you guys should be the ones jumping in and going, oh yeah, they read it correctly.
So you would argue that they actually aren't you would argue that they're not fulfilling their required parking because they are attributing 5 of these shared spaces to them to meet their requirement.
I wouldn't argue that. My argument is more that, hey, if we're going to cooperatively do valet and formalize it. Let's agree at least whose parking is whose.
Right. But but I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just
go ahead.
really trying to sort this out in my
Yeah.
mind. But, and I understand why you would want to work that out. I really do. But what I don't understand is what's before us is whether or not to increase, the membership by 20 members and whether or not the parking plan that Cliffside has put forward is adequate and fair. And if they're able to provide the spaces, we don't,
Well, we would argue, can I
yeah,
interrupt?
go ahead.
I would argue that they don't have the adequate spaces because there's no agreed upon valet plan at the moment. And they need our permission, at least within the easement area, to have that plan, and we haven't agreed to that yet.
For the 5.
For the 18 spaces that are within that space.
And what does John Brescher say about that?
While I don't necessarily agree with all of that, I would say that I think the point is that there is some, so Dave is correct. They have 13 spaces in their easement. Absolutely. There's another area that is quote shared spaces. And then we have additional spaces on our property and quite a few. That it comes to a total of 30 spaces. And I would say that is more than adequate space, or excuse me, that is more than enough spaces for a valet service and for any additional demand on the membership. Because there are 40, I believe there are 47 spaces total on the survey.
What size cars? I think like the really small cars. So you're saying there's 30 on your exclusive property?
With
Including the ones in the.
including
In the easement?
Yeah, so
Okay.
sorry if I can clarify.
Is this like Peyton Place?
I-
Days about.
I know.
We need a scorecard.
It feels that way.
Dating myself.
There are 47 spaces in total on the Cliffside property, of which 13 spaces are let's see if help me out here, Billy. The ones on the right, top right there, those, oh boy.
Yeah, this doesn't really show.
Oh, there you go. To the right. Those
Okay.
those are the 13 that the galley has parking and access easement to. Then if you go slightly below that, that's sort of shaded in blue, where we have, let's say, 11
Yeah.
spaces to be, quote, to be shared. I believe that the galley has 5 of the 5 of those. And then the remainder come to 30. Oh, hold on.
There are 5 in easement.
I apologize. Five in the easement area.
The rest of them.
The rest are under the sole control of Cliffside.
There is a lot of this sort of. I don't even know what to call it, but there's a lot of parking. out
There's
in that-
space.
in the-
There's, yeah.
What's
Sneaky
the,
back.
what's the 6 beyond the red line going up by?
I believe those are on the galley property, and those are that is the galleys, and fee simple. They can do whatever they so choose with them.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
thank you for being here, by the way. I had to get that in. So can we like put away this for a second and talk about the sharing and the timing and the 41 Jefferson inevitable new spaces in the evening? That's not going to just be like cordoned off and not allowed to be used. That's going to end up being a natural new area in the evenings is what I'm thinking is going to happen.
Yeah. Sure.
Hi, Rob Curry from Cliffside. We've tried to do this back and forth and it hasn't worked yet.
Yeah, it was.
We have enough spaces
out of the easement area, including the shared ones that we have in there. If we can run a valet system for our members and valet just on our property and not in the easement area, leave the galley there, 13 spots, plus half of the shared spots, whether it's 5 or 8, our plan shows 8. We can do that. Is it the best solution? It is not the best solution. The best solution is to do what we've done in the past. So we've agreed to continue what we do in the past. We've formalized it. We've given you the parking plan, the survey as the board has asked, and we're happy to continue that. What we can't do is grant them a property right of perpetual ability to run a valet system on our property, because we don't, who knows, that's forever. That's not right now. Right now, Cliffside is Cliffside, Galley is Galley. Planning board controls the parking. If something changes and we say, oh, we want to have 40 more members, or we want to have whatever, condos, whatever it happens to be, we have to come back to you and you can say yes or no. If the galley comes in and says, and David's going to live forever and he's always going to run the galley,
Plan.
God forbid something happens and he sells to somebody else who wants to turn it into the old rope walk or something like that, and they can control that whole parking and just bury us in cars because they have a formal agreement to it, we can't even get to our property maybe. David and I work together fine on this, and we work it out so that it works for both properties. So let's just continue what we have. We've formalized it. If something changes on either side, then we come back to you and you say yay or nay.
I agree with Rob on a bunch of those issues, is that we have worked together. It does work better than them trying to do a valet separately outside of the easement area. One, it's hard to get to. Will anybody even see it? So I agree with all that. The thing that we're fighting for here is that the spaces that do belong to us, if something changes right now, based on this parking management plan, if Cliffside came in and said, we want to turn a room into a condo and change that, you could say the valet goes away. Now, saying the valet goes away on their property that's outside of the easement area, I understand. You might want to put a road in there. I'm not trying to control that. The parking easement area, they can't put a road through. They can't do anything to. So I'm just saying, all we're saying is within the parking easement area, if we're going to have valet, have our guests get used to valet, then we should be able to continue to valet in our own parking spaces that belong to us, and around, or, stacking only our own cars in, not their parking spaces, only ours. That's what we're asking for. We don't think that's an unreasonable request to go forward. And I understand the fear, I think Rob is expressing is, well, what if it's another owner, which is our fear too, but their property is for sale, ours, or was just for sale, ours isn't. But I think that can be addressed by saying, hey, these valet spaces are only here, 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 and here. You can't just go wild. There's only so many. This is where they go. So that access is always available. I think that's addressable.
Why is the stacking different than what's going on now? The stacking.
I don't think it would be, but I think Rob's fear, it's maybe a fair fear, is that, hey, if it's not us, if someone else is running the valet, maybe they'll run it irresponsibly. That's what he's expressed as his fear. But I think you can address that by saying, this is the way the valet works. Here's the valet plan. It has to work this way, the way it works now.
What's your concern about that, Rob?
The concern is that the easement is very specific in what it allows, and it doesn't talk about valet. It doesn't talk about any of these things. So it's a property right. We're giving something very important away, and it was never part of their planning board's decision that allowed them their 200 seats, and it was never part of our decision that allowed us 110 members and what we have. So for us to just say forever, the galley or the owner of that property can then valet or has control of that parking is not something we're willing to do.
But the easement exists now.
The easement for the 13 spots, but it doesn't speak to valet parking. It doesn't allow valet parking.
But valet is what's making it work.
Well,
Rob.
I agree, and we're agreeing to continue it.
It does seem that
Okay.
See what the problem is here. I do and I
I
don't.
mean,
You don't
sounds like
stop.
we're afraid that the new buyer might not fork over a few more million. That's what I'm thinking like now.
Certainly.
You know, I
think-
mean, this is, think about other places on the island that have this sharing and the timing.
Right.
You're in the daytime more, they're in the nighttime more. Spaces open up from you at night and less in the day for them, more for you. And I mean, I'm just looking at it as a contiguous. The best thing is the valet, though. If you didn't have the valet, you would have a disaster. People don't know how to park. It would be a mess.
I think the bigger demand for parking is from the restaurant. We have records.
But-
I spend enough time
If
down
there's
there.
a lot-
to know, I see it.
But
Yeah.
there's a lot of people
So-
getting rides
So
down there.
we wanted to just
Sure there is.
continue the plan that we have in place, and we're willing to continue it. And unless something changes on one side and we come back to the board, we think
But
it's
you're-
a simple solution without modifying the easement. That's what we're
I'm
asking.
confused at why something has worked for so long and then all of a sudden now it's not working and we're sitting here
Anxiety.
Well,
debating it.
we're agreeing to make it work.
And
We're,
And I think it's unrealistic to think that you're gonna get more legal rights on his property. I just don't.
It's not, I'm not asking on their property, I'm asking in the easement that's granted to us.
But that is
around
on
our
property.
around our parking spaces. So, the impact, 20 more members, every one of those members gets a sticker on their car and has paid 6 figures over to believe that they definitely have parking.
Mhm.
Public restaurant, that's not the case. They've been parking in the street for 40 years, they come by taxi, whatever, they don't expect a parking place. So the impact on this easement area that, has parking that is ours, which also happens to be kind of like the rock star parking where everybody pulls in and wants to park. So, I'm not saying, hey, if you want to say, valet, grant it without valet, or, we get to put this, the easement says that we can put signs up. There's been an argument even over that before. We have legal right, in this easement to put signs up, but there's been arguments like, we don't want you to put your signs up. So we've acquiesced and said, okay, we won't put signs up. We'll do this valet service. My fear really is that it's being formalized, new members for a potential sale. And I don't know who that person is. Just like Rob's fear is this, ghost of me selling it at some point.
Yeah.
I just think,
Honestly, I think the best, and my board members, please chime in if you say I'm crazy, is the best we can do is we can approve this based on a cooperative parking, with the valets, as it has been, and approve the guest and leave it at that, because I think that's the most we can really do here. I don't think we can force him to give you what you want, and we can't. So I think that all we can do is say there needs to be a cooperative valet service that benefits both businesses, and let you guys fight it out. I'm not sure there's more that we can do as a board, unless there's a board member that tells me I'm wrong here.
no, I don't mind going to mediation and figuring it out, but I just feel like right now it's not, 11 and 13, I think that's a blunt example of how it's not fair.
The only point is that, and I can concede 2 more parking spaces. We can solve that right now.
There we go.
The thing is, where most of the valet happens at night, when the place is jammed and there are no people at the beach club, is back on the beach club property.
Yeah.
On the backside. That's the biggest valet area. So we can agree to cooperate on this give 2 more spots, so it's 13 to 13. And have the board say, you can have 20 more and we'll see how it works out.
I mean, listen, you guys both have great, successful businesses. I think that you're both very intelligent people. You guys can work this out and make it work for your businesses. Stephen,
Yeah, I think it would be beneficial because it would save us having to backtrack into like actual factual basis for this many members, this many cars based upon use patterns, hours of day.
Right.
A lot of technical information that I think if we can avoid, it'd be beneficial for a variety of reasons, not least of which you're getting into the beginning of the season, you can start to make plans, it's resolved.
Yeah.
Now I'm not suggesting you're gonna leave here, go have a cup of coffee and figure it out, but on the other hand, the alternative is gonna be a protracted process. And I don't know if it benefits one or the other, but I think if it doesn't benefit one of you, based on the sharing that you do, it's not gonna benefit the other.
Eh.
So it would be beneficial if you will agree as parties that you're gonna come to an agreement. Our stipulation, I presume, can be that there would be valet parking.
mutual
Service.
valet parking that services both.
To accommodate the
businesses.
additional parking, and that way if parking requirement of the additional members. And that would be the hook that if, in fact, the valet, because we got to keep in mind too, the valet service is wonderful and it works, but it may not work for 20 more people for whatever reason. Use patterns change. That gives us a hook that the parking is part of the solution is valet parking, but the driver and the determination of whether the special permit approval stays is that it's adequate.
And then
Right.
we throw in the rector rule and you're back here in front of us next year to tell us that this is working out great and,
Every 3 months
Like-
per year.
no. That's the top,
Please.
that's the Topham rule, all right? That's not the rector rule.
And it has worked well. And I think even the letters from Arthur and David have said, for even 40 more members, it would still work. So I think,
But
you know,
it,
it's gonna
it
work.
works, just to emphasize the point, it works because of the valet parking. So like,
Vendor.
And
yeah.
it works because you guys agree on how the valet
Yeah.
parking works.
So for all those reasons, I think it makes sense to have it in the management plan.
In the management plan, revisit us, cough up the extra 2 parking lot spots for those guys, and let's move on, because we as a board can't give you what you're looking for.
I'm not asking for you to. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if you're saying we have to have an agreement that we agree to, how we get valet parking, I'm totally fine with that.
It's almost like this is 3 properties. Like
Yeah.
you got the
I know.
galley, you got the
It's
hotel,
not.
and the whole parking is gotta be like
They've
one.
made it work for
Yeah,
decades.
right. So,
I mean, the complication is it goes back to 1958 and it was one property.
right.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
why it's complicated.
Yeah.
Right. And it would be, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
It would be unfair for the board to weigh in and compel one party to resolve modifications to an easement. That's a different matter.
But
And I want to be clear, I want to mention it because my support isn't that we're looking at, okay, go work it out. And the result is we've compelled you to rewrite the easement agreement. We're talking about the handshake agreement, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're talking about the handshake agreement that allows us to work as it's worked, utilizing the easement area and modifications to the number, but not a rewrite of the easement that codifies, lack of a better term, the easement and the parking in perpetuity. Is that,
I agree with
are we on the same?
Yeah, no,
Well,
we're on
the,
there. I just want to make
the
sure.
easement is forever.
Is forever.
What we're talking about is the valet. So in one way, the board is compelling us to agree to valet within the easement area where a majority of the parking belongs to us.
May I?
Yeah,
Well, we're not, because you're not looking for the 20 extra members. They
Yeah.
are.
right.
So if you guys can't come to an agreement, then it gets resolved in that they don't get the number of people. So they don't get the additional membership. So no one is compelling you to agree. We're saying, work it out. You're not only your neighbors, you are in very real sense, business your business partners in parking
Right.
needs.
True.
And you're going to have to live with each other
You're both gonna be there forever, it appears, so God bless you. But you need to work it out, and we can't be involved in that part, because if we have to get involved, well, first of all, we can't get involved because we can't compel it. So if we have to get involved in another solution, it's gonna be a protracted matter. Then you're gonna have an unhappy business partner in parking. So that's not beneficial to you. So all of this is beneficial for you guys to work out without codifying permanent parking requirements within the easement. And our hook, right, is that if parking becomes an issue with your additional 20 members, we're not going to know it's those 20 members, by the way. We're just going to know there's a parking problem because we're getting complaints, because we're going to have a review.
But you have shuttles,
Yeah.
you have vehicles, you have a lot
We have a
of.
courtesy car.
courtesy
yeah,
car,
all
yeah.
that kind of
So
stuff.
if those work, great, you don't come back. If they don't work, even if you do work out the easement question of 13 and 13, the planning board will still be involved at that point.
Of course,
So that's,
that's the point.
yeah.
So, so I think we've said it all.
Was that a motion?
No.
I'm certainly not making
No.
one. That's why they gave me chair. They hate
I
my
think
motions.
we are making a motion to continue. Is that what we're making?
Yeah.
Well, that's where we're headed.
Yeah, Jeffrey Silva, speaking for the galley. I think when John mentioned he was at an impasse of this, when does it terminate, the valet parking agreement? And our language was, as long as they're a beach club and we're a restaurant, the valet parking arrangement stays. And I don't think that's asking anyone for in perpetuity or anything like
It's
that.
an MCD, correct? And so as long as the MCD exists, then this parking agreement should exist.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'm not familiar. Is this requirement in both the MCDs?
I think it's one MCD.
Oh, so it's a one MCD
Right,
for
is-
both the galley
yes.
and the.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
No, they have an MCD that requires it, and it's mentioned in our special permit as well.
No, there's no requirement valet parking in there.
Right,
Either. yeah.
in either right now.
Okay, so this actually gives us an
Then we
opportunity to
can-
solidify that, so it's in both of yours.
We're just saying that we really love the arrangement, and as long as they're a club, I don't know how to word it, I'm not an attorney. As long as they're a club and we're a restaurant, that we agree that we continue this arrangement.
And this is gonna be a reset year because of next door.
It will be.
It's gonna
Yeah.
be.
And the
It's
other
gonna
thing,
change things.
Yeah.
You haven't seen it yet because it's hasn't happened yet.
It changed his view.
and the last thing to add about the revisiting after 1 year, with 20 memberships, I don't think they're gonna all sell tomorrow. We don't know when the impact's gonna hit.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, to be fair. And do they sell membership? You know, we have some work to do. When do the membership sell? When do we take a look at it? That kind of thing.
Yeah, so, well, I think we should include this parking valet arrangement in the MCD, and it should remain there. And
May I ask a question through you, Mr. Chair?
please,
To Meg, Meg, I'm just not familiar with MCDs. We never typically got involved as alternates. A change of use within the MCD, I presume, pretty strongly would trigger automatically without cause of any other action, the applicant to come in. It would be upon them to notify the planning board, put in an application. So is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so if there were a change of you're no longer a club and they're no longer a restaurant, then the planning board would have an opportunity to address any potential concerns at that point, right? So we're gonna put it in your MCD. It's in your your MCD special permit. And then we're gonna leave it to you guys that it's, we're not gonna get into whether it's even and fair, because we can't be the judge of that.
Right.
You have you may decide that it's 13 for the summer, and then during the fall or late fall, you need 20 and they only need, those numbers and how that works, I think, is up to you. The generality of the management plan is something that we can incorporate in the management plan as part of the MCD, as part of this approval.
Yep.
Is that ring or no?
are we on track, Meg?
Okay.
Okay. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak to this?
Why would they?
Wow.
I mean, seriously,
Oh,
this is like really.
this is, yeah, this is difficult.
Whoops, did I say that like
So,
that?
so,
No outside smoking when you.
huh? Okay, yeah, just give me a sec. So, Meg, so we can mandate this in their MCD. And we're all done.
Yes, that's correct. And the parking
Take
management.
a little while longer. What's
That's
the hurry
okay.
here?
To get through.
Seems too easy.
Okay, great.
Attach the parking management plan as an
Again,
exhibit.
last call for anyone in the public that would like to speak to this.
I just have a question. What are we mandating exactly?
Oh, a cooperative arrangement for your valet parking.
Services.
Yeah, your valet services.
One valet service.
And 2 more parking spaces for you.
Right. Yeah, you know, when we, I'd want to have Arthur chime in, but when
Yeah.
we reverse it to us as a requirement to do valet.
It's on
believe-
both of you.
No, I know, but I'm saying within the, I believe within the easement area, the property owner of Cliffside could say, you're not allowed to do, like by law, could say, you're not allowed to do valet here, as we could say to them. So you could cancel.
They would
it.
have to come back into us, I think, because you'd be violating the MCD.
Okay.
If you guys don't come to a resolution, then it doesn't, it's a condition of the approval.
Yeah.
I would just, you know, I'm not a lawyer, just like my lawyer to be
Of course,
involved in
please.
the writing of this, whatever this agreement
Yeah.
is, because
May I suggest that what we would do is because belaboring the point of the details that we're a little foggy on.
Yeah.
like the super fine details, the granularity aspect.
yeah,
I am comfortable personally that we outline the concept, we outline in sufficient detail that it's a legal motion. If we're willing to
So we,
go that after the public hearing closes and other comments are taken. So that we can say, hey, this is the structure and it meets all the legal requirements and staff resolves any of the finer details with the party.
and then brings it back next month for us to vote on it?
Yeah, I think we could do that, or we could just, I don't know, I mean, I don't know if staff is comfortable with being handed the finer details of the project, or if we can even do that, but it seems like,
I think we could work on a decision. I mean, I think this has been going on for a
You're
year.
too long. Yeah.
So it's time to wrap it up.
Yeah,
Not
no, I
prolong
agree.
it to another.
So we can agree to this,
the concepts.
yes, and have staff,
Back then.
yeah, how's that work, Meg?
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to work with Meg. I'm sure Arthur and I can work.
Okay, why don't you
work through
do,
this.
why don't
We
you
can-
do
we
that
can-
and we'll come back and we'll vote it next. Or
Well,
we'll-
I was going to say that we could do it through staff.
Through staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, are you comfortable with that, Meg?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
and you guys, Arthur, are you comfortable with that?
I've had a very hard time hearing that we've had this problem in this meeting room before, and unless you all are right next to the microphone, which only occasionally you are, I have a very hard time. So I'm going to have to review all this with David and Jeffrey tomorrow and see exactly, and then speak with John and see where we are.
So what I heard was that you were willing to give up 2 of the parking spaces, correct?
Make
In
it
the
13 and
document
13.
that you provided. So you're going to update that document for the parking management plan, which will be attached as an exhibit to the MCD decision. There will also be a condition in the MCD modification decision that states you are to cooperatively work with the abutting property owner on a joint valet program so long as your uses remain as what they are today. We're going to revisit this through a public hearing in 1 year's time from the filing of the decision. That captures everything, correct?
did you hear that, Arthur?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay,
Okay.
great.
Thank you, Meg.
Welcome.
Thank you, Meg. All right, so last call on any public comment. Anyone online, Billy? I would entertain a motion.
So moved. Close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Steven, seconded by Nat. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's unanimous. As for the merits, we've decided on, Meg, you want to repeat that one more time?
Sure. So the parking management plan will be updated to reflect 13 and 13 spaces. So we'll be going from 11 to 13. That'll be attached as an exhibit to the decision. It's going to be the conditions as listed in the staff report with the addition of that we're going to hold a public hearing in 1 year from the filing of the decision. And that the applicant property owner must utilize a joint valet service with the abutting property owner so long as the use remains the same.
Great.
Hey, I have one last comment.
I think
There's a
it's-
count in an existing,
It's closed.
okay.
Public, yeah, I'm sorry.
But I guess clarification, are we doing the update, just an update at a public meeting, or would you like a public hearing that's advertised with public participation?
For the review in a year, a public meeting.
Meeting?
Yeah.
So just a check-in?
Yeah,
Right, okay.
yeah. Oh,
Did this decision include the membership increase?
That's in the
That's-
condition.
yeah,
When-
that's it.
Yep.
All right. All right, great. Do I have someone that is willing to make that motion,
That's my
please?
motion.
Second.
Motion made by Steven, seconded by Joe, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hence, I have faith in all of you. Thank you very much.
I just want to clarify, my motion include the staff recommendations in terms of findings for the record.
Yep. Perfect. All
But I
right.
forgot to put the smoking in there.
Hillary's not laughing. Let's all be nice.
No, I meant it. Howard and I don't know what we're talking about.
I think there's
That's
actually
what I
no
can
smoking
smoke.
there.
No,
You can't smoke.
Okay, we are on to Scott Carson Island Variety, 59 Old South Road, represented by Ms. Linda Williams.
I do not see her online or in the room.
She's dealing with a family matter.
Okay.
So we can run through.
That's what I
Number
can
one.
easily run
Yep.
through this. I actually met
All right.
with Scott Carson.
Perfect.
So, and actually, right on this GIS shot, you can see where the storage container currently is. So this is Island Variety. They have a storage container on the site. What makes this a little more unique in the prior decisions were included in your packet. All of these properties are covered under an existing MCD. This only pertains to Island Variety and the storage container, which they received a violation notice for. These X's right here demarcate the dumpster. Then you can also see from some of the photos, and I've driven by here a number of times.
I've never noticed that.
No, from Old South, you can't really see it. I mean, you got to be looking for it, and it doesn't stick out. I mean, I think in this scenario here, they're asking for one additional storage container there. It's in support of Island Variety. I mean, I that's up to you all if you want to put a time limit on it.
So I went by, I looked at this. It's a really inoffensive storage. I mean, it's like a nice, really nice.
What
looking
am I feeling
storage
too?
container. It's not very big. I mean, part of the issue is this area is got so much stuff that shouldn't be there everywhere that by comparison, like this is a welcome sight to see this storage container. But I also found myself thinking like, what if every business wanted to have a storage container, and why do they need a storage container? I mean, they have this big interior space. So I'm very interested to hear what the public has to say, if anybody wants to say anything, or what the other board members have to say.
I don't know that we've sat through a number of storage container permits. I don't think the public cares. We haven't received one comment from the public
Yeah.
on just about any of these. These are in support of the business. I can't speak for Island Variety, but they have a rotating sort of stock inventory. I don't know what they do with their
I
stuff.
got C.
It just seemed to be a little different to me than the other ones that we've approved.
One sec, one
It
sec.
seemed to be a little different than the other ones we've approved because those have been like you know, we're shifting, we need a place to put construction stuff, you know, this is gonna be developed, but we want this here. This seems like they really just want a warehouse space. That's ancillary to their retail, and I don't think we would really welcome that for other retail locations, so.
Is there a site plan too?
Yeah.
Just this one up here.
I mean, I think we should put a time limit on it if we're gonna approve it, and I think.
This is all one lots.
And I think
Sort of looked at as one lot.
we should screen it better. Yes, please.
You know, the points that have been made, I think are well taken, the concept of it's a better eyesore than the eyesores that are out there because it almost is so innocuous that it doesn't appear to
Get
be.
used to it now.
Yeah, but I think there's a couple things that would benefit. One would be the concept, we don't want these to proliferate. Part of that would be that it would be a time limit. And that would give the property owner, the operator, an opportunity to figure out a solution more permanent than having a metal storage container outside, because, you know, we'd all like to have a metal storage container outside if we have stuff to store, but it's not consistent with our zoning bylaw. I think in the meantime, whether it be 6 months, 9 months, or a year, that it should be screened with some vegetation. I think it should be oriented axially to correspond to like the fence that's there. So that is to say it's perpendicular to it versus a little bit cockeyed. Which should maybe be painted an invisible green, a dark green, and the top left white, so it's not overheating things. And that might address some of the screening. Those would be, I'm not saying those are specifically the solutions, but those are the types of potential solutions that would, as a planning board alternate, make me feel more comfortable.
You happen to be sitting on this, Stephen.
Well, there you
go.
There's
Did you
plenty
wanna
there
stand
now,
up?
there's just not.
You good? Okay, we're not to you yet,
Okay.
soon.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
This particular MCD,
I think.
it has 5 buildings. There's a maximum gross floor area for the commercial use in the buildings. So they may not have room to expand on a structure.
Can't build a
Okay.
shed, not enough ground cover.
I don't know the exact answer to that, but I know that it's all been allocated, so probably not, or
Yeah.
although they may have left some flexibility in there.
Does do these kind of properties have that exemption for that shed like a private, you know, residential zone does?
The,
You know what I'm
the,
talking about? What is it?
the
Zoning
MCD
consent.
specifically talks about the gross floor area of the structures. So
I'm just very hesitant to approve this without hearing from them why they need it, how long they think they're going to need it. I definitely would not want to saddle the applicant with any obligations that would be expensive for them. You know, if you paint the shed, if you paint the storage bin dark green, then you raise the temperature of what's inside the shed, and maybe that's bad for their inventory.
True.
Well, you didn't say a white roof. Steve.
Did he, did
You
he?
did. No, I didn't hear you.
But,
Okay.
listen, I think that there's some truth in what Hillary's saying, and I think that we should have the applicant in to explain why he needs it, how long he needs it for, and everything else. So I would,
Continue then.
yeah, I would accept the motion to continue this.
So moved. Pending additional information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, to, what's our next meeting date? Continue.
May
to
May 11th.
May 11th, 2026.
I second that motion. to
Okay,
continue.
so motion made by Steven, seconded by Hillary, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. I'm recusing on this next one. It's all you, those are your,
And that means, Stephen and Howard, you're both activated.
oh no, it was
What?
Abby and,
No, because
Oh.
Abby had to leave.
oh, Abby had to leave.
Yep, so, Stephen and Howard, you're both activated for that.
I was activated earlier, I'm just comes down. No.
Okay. So this application is the MCD, the existing MCD over at 4 Lovers Lane.
Yeah.
Um. So this proposal would utilize existing on-site parking spaces to offset the reduction.
So Paul
Yeah.
Santos is here to
So Paul,
present the
there
application.
you go. Go ahead.
Save you a lot of effort.
No, I mean,
No.
this is coming back to me now.
Okay.
I remember this now.
Thank you. For the record, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors on behalf of the property owner, Jibo and Company Holdings LLC, and the property tenant, which is Wordham, doing business. It's Wordham Training Center. Andre Dobrzinski, who's seated behind me, is the member that owns and operates the gym itself. This is an application which is an amendment to the MCD. This is actually the fifth amendment to the South Valley Industrial Park MCD that goes back a number of years, that encompasses this particular piece of property. We were before you last year at this time, and in fact, the board issued a fourth amendment to the MCD to allow for a, under your definitions, a recreational facility or a fitness center on this particular property. To refresh your memory, this is a gym which offers classes in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, and then also weight and training facility for adult members. The site is shown before you. The application for the Fifth Amendment is for, by allowing the tenant to utilize an outdoor area for seasonal weight training. So this is a seasonal request to allow the area you've seen here on the plan before you hatched in this area to have outdoor weight training. That involves the placement of a tent and then gym equipment on the outside of the gym facility. The gym currently acts in a manner which is basically one way in and one way out traffic flow. And as the way the site has always worked here, you come in off of Lover's Lane, pass through, you have parking along the south side here, and then you work your way and traverse your way out along the backside here. The training for the children, which is basically the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, is essentially a drop off and pick up in this particular area here. That occurs here. The entrance to the building is in this particular area here. Within the gym, the area in this area is the classroom, and this area here is essentially the gym and fitness area. There is an overhead door at this particular point, which is typically open in the warmer weather, and access to the outdoor area is just in this particular area here. There is no area here where children have access or are basically out of the vehicles during the pickup and drop off. So this is an area basically that is somewhat controlled by the overhead door, access to the what is proposed here as the outdoor area. The displacement of the parking, the parallel parking spaces that occurs here is offset by the fact that we have this property and 4 Nancy Ann Lane is owned by 2 different LLCs, but they're controlled by the same manager, which is Jibo is the person who controls them both. And in your packet, I've shown a letter that basically shows that the placement of these spaces here, at least for a temporary basis, are being currently utilized and can be utilized for the operation of the gymnasium itself. The gym itself requires a total of 15 spaces, 14 standard and 1 handicapped. Under this proposal, we are providing 18 conventional spaces with 1 handicapped for a net gain of approximately 4 spaces, even with the displacement of the spaces that we have in this particular area here. The the outdoor area itself is temporary in nature. We would be seeking, well, let me first start by saying, the temporary area already has the weight equipment in it. So I'm here tonight before you. I'd love to say this is a proposal, but they're not essentially using this fully right now, but the tent is up and the equipment is in this particular area as we speak. So anybody who's driven by, that area is occupied with the equipment. The area itself would be temporary in nature, typically being set up around this time of year, April or May. It would be broken down around September or October. The tent itself does have lighting, down lighting within the tent. There is or will not be allowed any exterior amplified music outside of the existing facility. So that's when we talk about the temporary nature, that's basically what it is right now. The gym itself currently is open till 11, I believe. During the summer months, it is allowed to open till, I believe, midnight. We are happy to discuss the time frame with regard to this particular area with the board. As you all know, this site is completely, as you just saw in the last application, which is actually Island Variety is right over here. It's completely surrounded by commercial uses. And in fact, this particular area is the Shepley property at the corner of Lovers Lane and Nancy Ann Lane. So it's a completely commercial area. There are no direct residential abutters to this. And in fact, the gym has been operating now for approximately 1 year. I did ask the question whether there's been any formal complaints issued with regard to the current operation. I did not hear or find any with regard to this. Now, there was some abutter concern when at last year's meeting. I don't think I know there's nothing in the packet with regard to any objection to this particular request. In speaking with Andre earlier, actually, which I was unaware of, the Island Variety facility closes at 5 o'clock at night, and they actually have an agreement with them to utilize some spaces over there off hours. Similar to what we do in the Mid-Island Planned Overlay District, kind of just neighbors have kind of gotten together here in some cases here and kind of worked together. Not that that has anything to do with this particular application. This one application kind of stands on its own with regard to the temporary nature of this. The staff report, I'll finish. The staff report itself, in concluding, it says, as such, the parking agreement should be viewed as a temporary in nature, which it is. While the facility provides a valued recreational outlet for the community, the applicant's proposal raises concerns regarding the operations, circulation, and long-term parking adequacy. Again, what we'd like to offer, I mean, I look at the positive part of that is the fact that they mentioned it's regarding a valued recreational outdoor facility for the community. There are a lot of children that do utilize this. We would offer the following with regard to that. The one-way traffic component, I think, is important. We probably have about in excess of 12 to 16 feet between here and the area that we're talking about. There is a speed bump that's been put in, one of the portable ones that's been put in right here. The access is limited to the overhead door to the facility, and we are willing to put some type of physical barrier along this particular area here in order to centralize the flow through this particular area. Again, the area is typically being used by adults. It's being used by, these are all people that have gym memberships, and typically they know what the operation is back and forth here. So we think we can control and, hopefully take care of some of the concerns that staff had with regard to the safety aspect of this. Andre is on site every day. They police the gym itself. They keep an eye on the parking. As I said, we've had no complaints with the operation up until this point, and we're happy to come back after the end of this season to review how things worked, and are asking the board for this for this amendment for this particular use. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Andre is here also. And
Paul?
we're happy to go from there.
Paul, we have,
I-
Megan's got a comment here.
I just have a question for you. The tent, is that intended to remain because that was not a part of the application and that independently requires special permit relief? So if that's the case, this will need to be re-advertised.
Okay, well, we can, yeah, I think the intent is to keep the tent in place.
Throughout the season, yes.
Yeah.
If possible, because it protects all the equipment and protects the people too.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
have the opportunity to train in and out if they want it, but the tent is.
So we'll need to re-advertise this application. We can't issue a decision today.
Can we talk about it without the tent?
Certainly.
We do
Yeah.
that?
I mean, it might be useful just to talk about it, just to get the feeling of the board.
Of the overall operation.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is that okay, Meg?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I have a couple things on the traffic flow is the key to this. And I remember the conversation about the back of the building and all that the last time. What about some kind of, you got the temporary speed hump. That's good. What about some kind of, I don't know, some sort of barrier, temporary barrier type of situation where the vehicle, I'm not saying you need to put something that would prevent a vehicle from entering or hitting the building, but something that, well, I see you get the cones, but if this turns out to be like permanent thing every year, something that is more rigid that you can put into the asphalt and then remove it. I was thinking about something like that that would prevent a vehicle from accidentally hitting. I mean, if there was ever an accident like that,
Hitting the tent, you say?
yeah. I mean, I'm not
over
I'm not trying to say that that's like I'm just throwing it out
You mean
there.
like one of those concrete,
Something that can be put, there's so many different things now available, things that can be put down that can be removed and don't affect anything after that.
Yeah.
Bollards,
And
so you
Yeah.
pull in and
It
out.
would be
Some
a
kind of
bollard
thing.
a bollard
Jersey
would be the
barriers,
most.
something you could.
I mean, this isn't a high speed zone. I think
No.
maybe another speed bump might be good, maybe before the unit, before the tent or before the area.
I mean, when we had outdoor dining, like when we closed down the streets
Yeah.
during COVID.
So talking about some concrete.
Something that is
Like a
not,
Jersey barrier, but I wouldn't
Something-
want to put something that.
something that
extreme
could
there.
be aesthetically pleasing, but a real,
Yeah.
something real, not
Any height
just,
specific, any size or just?
I mean, I would say this.
I mean, a Jersey
Like
barrier
3
is like this
feet,
high, it's enough
3 or
to
4,
kind of stop.
you know,
2-3 feet high.
yeah.
Yeah.
Can we explore an alternative before we get too deep into that? Can we go back to the site plan, please? Jibo, I just want to get an understand, I mean, I understand that this is basically Matt, you
That's
know.
Andre.
Pardon me?
That's Andre.
Andre.
Oh, Andre, I'm sorry. I got Jibo on my mind. I read the application. I was like, it looks like you got a haircut or something.
I got hair now. It's a problem. You talk to my wife, she's.
Thank you, Turkey.
Is very happy.
She knows.
So, I guess what I want to say is it appears as if what is there is easily relocatable.
Yeah.
For me, I am concerned even with bollards or other type of safety appurtenances because of the one-way traffic and the way it is set up. For me, I would be much more comfortable with it being located in the alcove at the front of the building, which it could be much more of a permanent location. A tent would be less intrusive. And I'm not sure where what your thoughts are, but it's parking now. I understand you have the handicap accessible parking space there, but that could be relocated to another side. You would lose no more parking spaces.
So you're talking about moving this here to here?
No, to there. Yeah, up
That's
there. And then you gain, you're actually better optimizing or better facilitating the traffic flow. Because you don't have pedestrian traffic, foot traffic mixed in going
I wanna give you an
Okay, yeah.
for that, because we got there for more than a year, so we know how the things operate
Yeah.
in the door here. So here's where the people come out. One of the things about having the tent and everything, the way it's located, you guys queue up on the pass by, is when everybody sees the things outside, they slow down.
Yeah.
It's naturally slowing down and paying attention on everything, even though there's only adults coming out.
Okay.
This area is set up here because people can come out of the gym here, they come through the front door, they check in, and if they want to use the outside, they have to come through here.
So this is also like a use control
Yes,
location?
yeah, you can't use this without checking in. And we have staff members coming out and checking on the people here all the time.
And if I could, Stephen, this separates the adults from the children, because the children are focused on the in and out at the
I have-
entryway.
I don't say negative, it's a great idea too, but if I have this here and the parents drop off the kids here, the kids can jump right away into this.
Okay, so I understand now what you're using it as a method of controlling access.
And I use the door here to control, which is right there. And the facility that the kids use, it comes in here and it goes all the way to this side wall. That's where the kids stay, and it's all completely separate.
Okay. Okay, I understand. I accept the comments you've made. I'm concerned about that location with respect to traffic. It
The
just
visual for the.
doesn't
here-
feel, just a moment. It just doesn't feel right to me. You're mixing the foot traffic, cross traffic. There's maybe I'm not suggesting I'm a no, but maybe part of this is you paint a crosswalk in from this area across. So we get used to,
So
people
here-
are used to,
Yeah.
here, down here from the door.
I wish very much you guys stop by and check it out here.
No,
I
but
have a
If you,
green mat.
if you
that
have,
work out.
Yeah.
just a moment, if you have some type of lines here.
No, the crosswalk's a good
Yeah,
idea,
do
sir.
that.
The crosswalk is fine.
The space, just in a way that people
No,
are
yeah.
accustomed to.
Yeah.
And
mean,
the
it's-
speed bump is right there.
Yeah.
Right by the door. So people have to stop.
Have people looked at it?
I've been through, I know what, I personally have, but I don't know if anyone else has.
There are some pictures. If
Yeah.
folks would like to see it or the public would like to see what it looks like.
I think, Mr. Chair, what I'm suggesting is
Yeah,
that if it's gonna be there, it needs to be formalized in a way that
People
meet
follow it.
the expectations of what we have when we drive into parking lots and there is some indicator that there's a change in use. It's not just driving through. Now, most people who use this are accustomed to it being there.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't seem quite right to me not to have some indicator.
I mean, I'm not a member of the gym, but I mean, it's a tight knit community, Stephen. They all, believe it, everyone kind of knows the operation, and I've been there a number of times. And like I said, between the crosswalk, the barrier, the bump, everything, I think it can be clearly, it can be protected. So, and again, we're talking about April or May, it comes out of there. For what happens in the winter, everything gets put into a storage trailer, goes somewhere, or gets into a trailer that gets taken off and it gets put away. It doesn't go back into the gym. It gets stored and then taken off site. So,
Last question. What's the duration of the request?
we're saying April, end of, what are we in now?
No, I'm saying, are you saying seasonally in perpetuity? Or are you saying we're gonna try for a year? What?
Well, we would like seasonal perpetuity. What we were offering though was the initial one and then come back and then see how at the end of this year, come back and report on how everything went. And then deal,
Visit every year. It's okay.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Okay.
So-
So I have concerns about safety, and I know you do too.
Yep.
So we're not talking about what's on the left. There's boxing bags. Is
Oh, yeah,
that
those-
part of this?
Because that is an area where everybody pushes the sled and
Yeah.
people works out on that kind of sidewalk.
Could we put the photos up just, it just felt to me when I went by that the way it was set up was really inviting the activity from inside to be
Yeah,
really
Yeah.
kind of,
here, if you look at the boxing bag, is right on top of the gravel area where nobody does anything here. They can stand on a sidewalk with no problem at all.
It's good.
And this is usually, there's a sled with weights on it where people push the sled here.
right. So you just have a lot of physical and athletic activity in an area where you have, pick up the cars circulating and pick up and drop off.
Yeah,
and-
pick up and drop off is kind of,
Nowhere near here.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
kind of 10 to
I-
15 foot behind this cone. It's right at the.
Right, it's at the front, I
it's at the
understand,
front of the-
but then they drive around to.
Yeah, the parents usually go here and go.
Yeah, and I think it would be hard for me to feel that this was really set up for success if we didn't have a plan that showed like where the concrete barriers were going to be, how thick they were going to be, where the exercise equipment was going to be.
So exercise equipment is right here. I can put the concrete barrier right along these cones, because I have the cones here for a reason too.
Right,
So the concrete can be right here, which gives us another 15 to 16 feet right here that they can pass by, any vehicle can pass through. Even the Cape Cod Express trucks have delivered all these things. I can paint this curve here in yellow just to make sure everybody can see that this exists.
and I mean,
And I
yeah,
can make the lines that you guys suggested. Steven, I can paint the lines right here out the door, going towards the outdoor facility.
and I think we would also need to show on the plan the exercise bags, because the outdoor workout activity is not confined to those parking spots with the stripes. Correct? I mean, the idea is that it's also going to be on, but the exercise activity is going to be on both sides.
Yeah, it's usually on this sidewalk here, which it happened, before, and we
So
were.
you've done that for last summer. too?
This sidewalk here was used last year.
I see.
Yeah.
And then, I also I saw that there's been a lot of discussion about the property, and there was a request for a privet hedge on the other side, and, on the other side, is there any?
There is already, the privet is already there. We only had a fence behind that got dropped somehow. It fell off someone. I don't know if a Cape Cod Express truck that delivers to the liquor store
Right.
dropped my fence down, so I had to keep it down until I figured out what happened. I'm installing cameras on that side because it's the only side I don't have no cameras.
Right.
To figure out what happened there.
So if you compare this to the plans,
Yeah,
you'll
I have
have
a
the
privet. I
privet
have a
on the
Yeah,
one.
the privet's right here,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, but it was supposed to go all the way down.
I'm no fan of privet. I'm just saying that
I had the
there's,
fence here that was dropped down.
I see that you had a
Where the
fence.
truck is, there used to be a fence.
Is
And
it-
on the other side is the delivery dock for
Yeah.
the liquor store.
Cause it looks like there's parking demarcated on.
Yeah,
that
we
side.
hadn't done this prior to ask anything because I thought it was, ideal for you guys to see that we're improving the area to have people parking there. But then I was, requested to put the fence, and I put the fence. So you're supposed to remove this parking?
Yes.
They asked me to put the fence to block the parking.
Yeah.
Because it's not a easement, it's not a
It's not.
road,
the
it's a
area.
driveway.
Yeah. I can't get legal parking spaces in there, Matt, because just because of
We
the.
gotta have legal spaces right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I see them.
It's not. The parking as a part of the original approval was required to be removed because it's not entirely on their property. So that's the reason why fencing was installed and privet is supposed to be installed pursuant to the plan. So this is out of compliance with the original permit, so that needs to be cleaned up.
I'm just, noting like removing parking
Yeah.
on Nantucket Island is like strangest
Right.
thing ever, but okay. This, more than a year, using that area after they dropped my fence off, those 5 spots that I have there solve so many issues because
Employees.
we use
Yeah.
it as an employee car.
Of course you do.
Well, it solves a lot of issues, but then the person on the abutting property maybe at some point has an issue and
Well,
potentially
the next thing we have there is the liquor store, which is very best friend. It was my student too.
Yeah.
And she only uses once during the day for the truck to come and deliver her booze. So we never had any issue besides dropping the fence.
Yeah,
So
so
I-
those parkings don't count against,
count.
they're
No,
they're not part of our required parking.
I know, Paul, I'm just.
Yeah.
Talking in a
Yeah.
holistic-y kind
Yeah.
of, we just had here before us a minute ago.
Oh,
It's like.
I understand. But Hillary Hillary was on the board last year when we.
Yeah, I
we had
remember
the
this
same
now,
discussion
coming back
Last
to me.
year, And we've gone through a year with no issues.
So if I may,
Go ahead, please, Steve.
the side where you're talking about parking, separate issue. Talk with them, see if you get an easement, come back, have the fence and the privet removed from the decision. You got parking spaces, everybody's happy. On the topic we're talking about now, given the discussion we've had, personally, I'm comfortable. Well, first of all, do we want to ask if there's anyone in the public before I make a motion?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Oh, Campbell, I'm sorry.
We
that's
we
what
have to
I'm-
re-advertise the tent.
Oh, I had to re-advertise, because the 10?
Well, I can remove the tent.
Just,
I mean,
just don't approve the 10.
we'll take the tent down.
You want to have a separate application?
Then we'll apply for it afterwards. So.
Okay, I mean, is that,
is important for me in particular because I have
it's just, this is just.
$25,000 worth of equipment outside that.
Let's go to the poll.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone in the public, Billy?
Campbell.
I mean,
Other
Campbell, I
than-
didn't
other
even say
than
that
me?
you weren't in the public. I meant, okay. never mind.
No one's online.
You're so,
No one online.
you're part of us. I wasn't thinking of it that way. I'm thinking of online. Go ahead.
Gears.
Go ahead, Campbell.
So, if Billy could go back to the, parking area that's being requested there.
That's being requested. Oh, okay.
I'm sort of in support of what's being asked. It seemed to me that at the base level, they're asking to reutilize 5 parking spaces. They've provided the parking spaces on the other side. They'd like to utilize the parking spaces as an exercise area, correct? Now, it seemed to me like Hillary had said, and as we've seen at other spots, I'm thinking of the Muse or whatever, where they use those, they're probably plastic, but they look wooden planters, right? And they don't have to be permanent forever planters, but that you could have something like that on either corner, right? To demarcate that, have the crosswalk piece. The other thing I would say is that, this isn't a road, so there aren't people going 30 miles an hour down next to this spot, right?
Yeah.
And if you've got your crosswalk and you've got the speed bump, not a speed hump, right?
Yeah.
People are going to practically stop to get over that. So just in terms of the safety, people are going to be picking up in the front. 9 times out of 10, they may have the kids just run out to the road anyway to pick them up. But I just don't see quite the danger as though this were on a roadside, right? This is a drive. They've got a 90-degree corner. They've got to go around after that speed hump. And I just sort of see it as a slow move around the building. So I'm sort of in support of what they're trying to do with some of the pieces that you all have mentioned in terms of highlighting the space and making it safer with the crosswalk and like that. So I just wanted to
Bringing the speed bump back to the more before the area.
well, it could be, but what you
Just to
don't want
get the
is,
vehicle already slowing down more.
but you don't want
Get
the
that.
vehicle running. You want it to be stopping, then coming over, then
Yeah.
hitting that area.
Yeah.
So however that works out, and the thing about the handicap in the front, I don't think it's appropriate to remove that because people that are handicapped are not looking to walk a long way. I can only say that because I have
Probably legally can't.
my mother's issues, and she would look at handicap parking on the other side as like, I'm going for physical therapy and first I have to walk this distance, kind of thing. But anyway, I just wanted to sort of bring it back to those parking spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Campbell.
How about the speed bumper? Can I just add?
Yes.
Instead of moving?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Bill, is there anyone online?
Yeah.
Nobody? Okay.
So
Cool.
could I make a suggestion?
Yes, Paul.
So the tent can be removed. Unfortunately, today is the deadline for filing for next month's meeting. If staff would allow me to put an application in no later than tomorrow, for the tent, I could be here back next month for the tent. So what am I applying? I'm applying for the tent as a,
From the staff level, and I think I could speak for our enforcement staff, as long as they know that you're rectifying the tent situation and that you're applying for the tent, that will be fine.
Yeah. but I'm, okay,
The application would be to allow a commercial tent in excess of 30 days.
okay,
And that's in the tent definition.
Okay.
In section 2.
okay. And I can have that application for you tomorrow if you'd give me the 1-day grace period on, and then I can be back here next month for the tent.
Great.
Otherwise, I'm looking at 2 months for the tent.
Complete application, right?
I mean, you're not, what, so, okay.
Um,
Easy.
Then the question would be then is whether or not,
Give a little back, let's tell me.
so I think for the purposes of this, it would be a barrier, crosswalk, an additional speed bump, and quite honestly, I could put signage up here too.
Just do that one more time for me, sorry.
So it's a crosswalk,
Yeah,
leave the speed bump we have here and add an additional one. And then put a barrier, propose some type of barrier here.
So-
And then
you
I
do
could
a
put,
barrier
I could
down?
put signage up here also.
Can you do Barry along 7?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask for.
This-
Along the side, along the sides?
To show the pictures, you
Yeah.
can see where
Yeah.
the cones are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to memorialize.
Oh, for that.
Oh, so anybody
Well, someone
coming-
swinging in,
anybody
God
swinging
forbid
in-
they overturn it or whatever.
I didn't understand what you said.
Actually, yeah, I
Okay.
would like, so I'd like it to be Jersey barriers. It's a safety issue.
Yeah, concrete.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're
Concrete,
called
so-
Jersey
so-
barriers.
yeah.
Paul mentioned it. He
Yeah.
knows what I'm talking about. And I think the whole space has to be protected.
Yeah.
For safety. I have a question just about the punching, the bags. So is that part of this application? Or does that need to be a permit, or is that fine for him to have that there without, separate from this?
So it's a part of this permit request for the outdoor activity.
I see.
So
Seasonal weight training.
Right. So
Yeah.
we should add some
Add it to the plan.
specifications to the
Yeah.
plan about how many there are and where they're, and if anybody has any feeling about that. I mean, it's obstructing, what is the purpose of the sidewalk around
Is it
the?
existing?
It's a.
It was existing.
Sidewalk that has in the building, for people to walk around the building over the sidewalk and not on a drive-through.
This is, you have to
road
roll it the way it used
system.
to be before.
And we just use as an extra exercise point because it's
Well,
covered.
Big dream. this
It's
place.
nice because the
Right,
sun
right,
is
right.
hitting there the whole morning. Everybody likes.
Okay,
to be out
so
there.
they can still get by on the
yeah,
sidewalk. Okay,
yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
looking at the picture. So the bags are kind of against
So
the,
if you
yeah.
look, can. Oh,
Yeah.
We can put the photo up.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so this,
About
this,
10 minutes before the meeting.
Yeah.
Can I just take some
Anyway,
pictures
the
in case
back,
you-
if you look
yeah.
at here, this is the gravel area, there's right where where the bags are.
Mhm,
And you have another 4 feet with the sidewalk.
mhm.
So the bags are here and it doesn't interrupt or.
Yeah.
It's not an obstacle to nobody to
Yeah.
cross by.
so this building, Hillary, has been through a number of, I mean,
Yeah,
at one
right.
point it was proposed as a restaurant, then it was the tool rental and whatever it was originally built for, the sidewalk was probably pertinent, but it really doesn't apply to what's happening now. But
Can we go back to the image
so,
It's-
of
I
the
think it's-
area? The work area? Does anyone mind if we close the public hearing?
Well, unless they have things to say.
I just want to make sure we have, you guys are all set with what Paul wants
Yeah.
before we close.
Yep.
Right? Okay.
Yes, but if you're going to ask for new information or
Yeah.
ask new questions, then you should leave it open.
I
Okay.
think we should leave it open.
Okay. All right, fine.
Okay, so I'll just state my position. I think that this is acceptable, subject to conditions we've discussed. I do have one question to Paul, which is the Jersey barriers. Number one, I don't think curbing is appropriate.
no,
We've seen where folks hit the gas thinking it's a brake pedal and they run into the pharmacy, like usually 3 or 4 times a year. I mean, and they do significant damage. And that's not going at high speeds. They're literally like putting their foot on the gas when you have a 2,000-pound vehicle moving. Planters aren't going to do it. I think Jersey barriers personally are safer, but than some options, but they're overkill with respect to the amount of space that they'll take up. In my experience, removable bollards would be practical. They could align with the future posts on the interior, the exterior, the future post of the tent. And they would be adequate given the angles of approach to block vehicles, because vehicles are not going to be pulling in between them. They would always be at some obtuse angle. So removable bollards at the four corners and the intermittent center point, parallel to the path, the one-way path. So you would have essentially three. And if other members felt it was important, along number 7 and the other far side, you could have one mid-span. So you'd have a total of 5. A crosswalk, delineation of the locations of the punching bags on the approval plan. And what was the other one you had, Hillary? The speed bump, was that yours?
That wasn't mine, but I think Nat asked to have the speed bump in a different position ahead of the tent.
So just to be, so we can move forward clearly, that's where I am. If we can put it to paper, if you guys agree, if you don't agree, we can have the discussion, we can get this thing moving.
Well, I certainly agree with the intention that we're trying to protect the area under the tent from a car that has gone out of control. And we're all recognizing that the cars are moving very slowly through this area. The risk is a car going out of control because of the driver error.
Yeah.
And I would prefer to allocate to staff the details of how we achieve that. Because if we say it's bollards and they have to be here and they have to be there, we might not be right. And the bollard might not be the right kind of bollard to stop a car. And Jersey barriers might be more affordable and preferable to the applicant. So I really didn't think I was going to approve this, but I guess I am supporting outdoor recreation at this location for this community, as long as we can really protect the area under the tent. Mark a crosswalk, protect the area from a runaway car in a way that's satisfactory to staff.
So think of all those areas that became outdoor dining during
Yeah.
COVID.
Yeah.
And most of them use,
Jersey barriers. Personally, the Jersey barrier, we could probably get this weekend. I could probably.
Exactly. I mean, there are a bunch of
Longer
them.
term solution, Stephen, is to do the
In-
bollards.
In your experience,
Yeah.
the removable bollards are equally as protective?
I think so. I mean, I've done all the Cumberland Farms that we
Yeah.
did. We did the bollards and then you just
Yeah.
put the cap, to hide the concrete.
Yeah.
You just
Right.
kind of put the cap,
Yeah.
it's a slide over thing on them. Those would take a little bit more time to get in. I mean, I would assume we could probably get Jersey barriers in the next couple of days, quite
Yeah.
honestly.
For the
If we
record,
could
I
just-
would have no issues with a temporary
Yeah.
solution of
Yeah.
Jersey. Or
And I think
permanent.
from Hillary's point, that's a Jersey barrier is a Jersey barrier. It's gonna, whether it takes
Takes up space.
The
two in the
precast
front,
ones
one on each
are tough to
side, or
have.
however you would want to do it.
So much of it have, all right,
I'm sure we could
But
find those
Reese had
on
that,
island
too.
pretty
For the-
quickly.
they come with, they put you can lift them and move them and
Yeah.
put them where
They
you.
could just, they could be
Simple.
dropped in pretty quickly.
So are we comfortable moving this
Yeah,
along, or do we
I
want
mean-
to wait?
We can,
I mean, I'd like to,
I
if
can
we
approve it
can,
without
we
the,
can approve it without
without
the
the
tent.
tent, and they'll be back
Yeah,
next month for the
yeah.
tent.
we'll
Yeah.
close the
Yeah.
public hearing.
Yep.
Or there's no hands up?
Bill, okay, so I'll accept the motion.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And
Excellent.
we thank you all. I know it's been a long night, so.
Yeah.
Well, don't go anywhere.
I was about to say, we're not there
Yeah,
yet.
want to make a
well,
motion?
Hillary, you want to take us?
Yeah. Do we have any findings and conditions? No.
No, so it would be the general finding that the proposals in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the bylaw. We're adding the crosswalk, the signage, the protection around the area in the form of either Jersey barriers or removable bollards. The speed bumps to come up before that exercise area and an updated plan to show these things, and the hanging boxing bags to be supplied to staff.
Right. And then we're coming back at the end of the season to.
At the
see
end
how
of
this-
this-
That's what we had offered to.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
more than happy to come back and
Public
give you a
meeting or
report on
public-
how it
yeah,
went.
I think
Would it be a public hearing so we
Public
could
meeting.
extend it more? Would it be beneficial for it to be a public hearing so that we could then act if there were no complaints on this to make it more? to extend it out a number of years?
Well, I think the request is for in perpetuity. So if that's not what you're approving, that needs to be in the decision.
Okay, I wasn't
Okay.
clear on
Yeah,
that. I
yeah.
thought this was a temporary and then I was suggesting a public hearing so we could address it then. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm good with that
Um,
at a public meeting.
At a
And
public meeting.
I have a question, which is some of the additional parking is in a shared property, so we would need to revisit this if parking could not be provided because of some, encroachment.
Correct. Or we'd have to provide parking in a different location. Yep. Yeah,
Can we-
this is all contingent upon that parking. Once that other site is developed and that parking goes away, that season now we have another issue. It's contingent upon the parking being there. So.
Okay, so I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I almost did roll call.
And Billy, I'll see you tomorrow or
Okay.
I'll actually have a plan with the tent application, with the tent, you'll have a plan showing the crosswalk, the bollards, or the Jersey barriers. We'll do that. I'll do that right away.
Perfect.
Bags.
So you'll.
Thanks,
Forget the
Paul.
bags.
What?
Don't forget the hanging bags.
I'll add those too. We'll go measure those tonight.
And this is probably appropriate for no smoking.
Definitely no smoking. Oh my God, what have I done?
It's spot on, man.
Just started.
Yeah, this is a good thing.
Oh, no, you took it.
Less
Yeah.
smoking on the island, beneficial for everybody.
Alrighty.
Bring back the full now.
It's quieter too when people are.
Okay, we are on to Darlene.
The cigarette?
Paul at 41 by Common Ave.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman
Evening.
and members of the board. My name is Mike Conley. I'm the land surveyor representing Darlene Hull. It's been a long while. In 2009, it was approved. We've tweaked it around. It wasn't pursued, so it never got recorded. So we brought back the turning circle for a less area, and also that the split zone is R5 and R20, but through section 139-5E, if the less lot goes further into the more restrictive lot, then it becomes the more restrictive area. So instead of R5, the lot 2 will be R20. The client has confirmed to me tonight that she was do all the conditions as long, with the town engineer approves, then we'll do that. The way Penny Lane was improved. It's still a dirt track, but on the left-hand side going down, it was lengthened out. And so now we're coming back with pretty much the same plan as it was, but both lots will be R20.
Great, thank you. Board members?
Am I gonna be
No,
active on this?
no,
is it
no in
gonna be-
subdivision. Yeah. Just,
So both
four.
lots are R20 now.
yes.
They will be.
They will
That by section 139-5E, the lot 2 was R5. So now with the lease conformative thing, it goes to the more restrictive area, and so it becomes R20.
So if I may jump
Be
in,
going around the building, it's more than 30 feet into the more restrictive area.
they could have designed this where the lot line was, just in R5 and to achieve greater density by the R5 requirements. But I think from Billy, speaking with Mr. Connolly, that they've agreed to both abide by this, and then we'll clean it up with a zoning change at next year's annual town meeting to make the whole property R20.
better outcome. Yep. Any comments, questions, anyone? Anyone in the public, Billy?
No hands are up online.
No, I just, I'm thrilled to see R20, as you can all imagine. So I think that's a really great thing that's happening for this piece of property in this neighborhood. So thank you.
I couldn't agree more.
So I have a question about the number of dwellings. The prior subdivision approval was for one, what is your idea about the number of dwellings on each lot?
2.
Two. Okay,
But-
so,
Our lot 2 is gonna have is gonna get a new house. Lot 1 has no plans at all for a second dwelling.
right. So, would you be okay with a dwelling plus an ADU?
Well, if I knew what an ADU was, I'd agree with it.
Why are we trying to?
But, yeah,
They've
by right,
already,
by
they've
right.
given us a bonus. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
They've given us a bonus by not jiggering this to be R5, right? So why would we further restrict?
Well, it's just that
that.
we can't restrict it to 2 dwellings unless we say that it's 1 dwelling plus an ADU.
That
It's-
is
it's-
true.
He meant, when he said that, I think he was just referring to what a plan is now. He wasn't saying what
Yes.
can be,
Right.
what.
The client is going to be gifting, she
Yeah.
has 2 daughters. She's going to be gifting both of those lots, 1 to each daughter.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's time there, so until they die.
Don't give up anything. Let's just
That's
leave it
right.
with
Yeah,
what
I
the
mean, I
lot
think
is.
you've voluntarily given up more density by developing it this way,
And I
and
think it was worked well.
I think that should be acknowledged.
I just went in there the other day for something. I thought that's one of those places you don't know exists.
Right.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have a hand up in the public, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Nicholas Dazzo.
welcome, Nicholas.
Hi, can you hear me? There we go. Thanks for the time. Just kind of a couple of general questions and really just reflecting my own unfamiliarity with this proposal. So I think I just heard that the intention is to build on the second lot, another house. Has the subdivision already been approved?
No,
Right, we're here.
it was improved, but they never acted upon it,
Yeah.
and so it needs to come back and be reapproved.
And since then,
Okay.
the stuff got changed.
And since then, the zoning got changed. It was RC2 before.
So it sounds like approval is probably just a technicality and the designation is what's at issue here, right? Like it will be approved. Is that right? In some way?
Well,
I think I think we were just asking what the intention was. So
Yeah,
he
it
just
will-
clarified his intention, which is based on approval, if it gets.
yeah, there's no reason not to approve it
Yeah.
that I can see, to be honest.
Okay. And then did I understand that each then would have the ability to have 2 structures, like 2 homes on each?
Each would have the ability to have 3 dwellings on each lot.
But the ground cover is a limitation.
Yeah, the ground cover will limit the size of those dwellings,
And one has a house already. correct?
and one has a house already.
Got it.
They both.
Both have
have-
dwellings.
Oh, both? Yeah, both have dwellings on
Oh,
it.
okay.
Garage apartment kind of thing.
Yeah.
Last question, if I may. Would the access to the second subdivision be from Penny Lane or would it be from the other side?
Anyway.
Penny Lane.
Okay. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you.
I had a question about the public way to Winter Park.
Yep, it's right on the plan.
Yep.
It was done in 2009,
Is it,
so it's still there.
is it marked?
Yep,
Yeah.
it's also existing.
I can confirm. I had my own questions about that. So I went over. Number one, Winter Park is the playground on
I was
Essex.
gonna say,
Right.
Winter Park's on the cliff.
There is in this upper corner, there is a big public way sign, no
Oh, okay,
walkway.
That's what I was wondering
Yeah.
about, the vertical ones that the
No,
left and right
it's
of way.
clearly marked. I pulled back there and I could not figure out for the life of me how any of that grew out of there, but
Yeah,
it's
there's
there.
bike paths.
Thank you.
Andrew Voice.
Right. All right.
And, you know,
Hi, again, just quickly, it's my understanding that yes, right, Campbell Sutton, sorry. It's getting late, I'm forgetting who I am. In the condition, I believe it's condition number 6, it's giving $2,500 per dwelling unit based on 2 dwelling units per lot. And 20,000 square feet is, if I'm not mistaken, what we consider half an acre, if you were thinking Lux.
Yep.
So this is a nice sized piece of property where, you know, two dwelling units would not increase intensity of use significantly or noticeably. So I just wanted to point that out as far as the number of dwelling units in the condition.
You realize
If you
that
put
means 3 dwelling units though, right?
I do
Okay.
on a half an acre.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I think
Like
it's
it-
fine, but I just want to
So,
clarify that.
yeah.
Are you
Unless, of
saying
course, you
that
can
that-
start charging $2,500 for an
It
ADU,
would be nice, wouldn't
right?
it?
Making that free.
Great, thank you. If there's no one else in the public, I would,
No other hands raised online.
to close public comment.
Second.
motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right,
Motion to approve based on findings and conditions spelled out in the staff report.
Second.
motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Conley. Have a great night. All right. Next is Taylor Hughes, 13 Nancy Ann Lane. Howard, I'm gonna tap you on this. Do we have a representative or? You
I'm
wanna
not seeing him online.
give us the lowdown here? It seems pretty
I can
straightforward.
easily give you the
Yeah.
rundown here. Hang on one second. Let me just get oriented. Share this. That is not indicative of how this place looks now. So we actually have, this is this is pretty much an empty lot when you go by there at the current moment. In the area too, so this is 13. Let me zoom in on this up here. Essentially, we've approved 4 or 5 storage containers in this area. One was a landscape contractor, an excavator. These are the lots that utilize these storage containers. They're on the interior part of the Richmond area. So it's not an overly visible area from the public. I did reach out to the applicant in this instance to see what it was that he would be storing, because he is a landscape contractor, and he did email me back to say they'd just be storing tools, possibly mowers, that sort of thing. And that's about all I have. I didn't really talk to him a whole lot.
Thank you.
It's 2 storage containers, I'm sorry,
containers.
right here.
All right, board members, thoughts, concerns?
You said lawnmowers, Billy, but it says no flammable explosive, so
I can pull it.
lawnmowers have gas in them.
Yeah, we've done that with like the automobiles right across the street at 12 and 14, Nancy Ann. We have a condition in there for no, if they're storing automobiles, but they can't store
Electric.
right
Gas, cans of gas.
cans of
Right.
gas, that sort of
Yeah,
thing.
right.
So
Just asking the question.
I mean, I think where needs to get modified a little bit.
How are you gonna move this along?
So are we actually telling people they can't have gasoline in like legal containers for their lawnmowers? We're not saying that, are we?
no, I had that.
I
in
mean,
the-
we gotta kind of like look at that.
I think if you say no hazardous materials, it's a very open-ended,
It-
vague
I-
condition.
I think there's a sort of a reasonable way to explain that, like say storage for gasoline that you're putting into a gas can, that's a no. But like gas cans, I mean,
You got to store them somewhere. I agree.
not the same thing. You know what I mean? Storage of gasoline is not a gas can that you put
So
in your
5 gallon
pickup truck.
gasoline, it's not, not a problem.
It's right.
Not a troublesome thing.
It's not, I mean, it's,
Depends on
it's
who's
almost,
smoking around it.
I mean, it's just, I mean, you have to have cans
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
gas. I mean,
Yeah.
how are you gonna have your business?
Now,
Yeah.
may I make a point?
Yes.
This is a metal structure, so if it has gas cans in it, I think the idea is that it's incidental
Maybe they should
storage
store it outside.
as opposed to shelves with gas cans on, that's all. It's an incidental use,
Yeah.
safer than a commercial stick-built garage.
And you don't want them to have drums.
Right, that's what I'm talking
I'm
about.
just like.
I am sure
sublime,
there's
like,
a fire code surrounding amount of storage of fuel
And the
and
planning board is not.
And-
fire code.
no, we're
I take
We're
grill
not
time out
permitting
of
it
people's
by
basements.
Recently, we had, guys, just recently, we had a storage container that we approved, but we said there could not be any flammable or hazardous
Was that
material. So what,
was that a pool place?
no, it
that-
was on a lot where, you know, it was a contractor who needed to keep things.
But was it in a residential neighborhood?
Yes.
Yes, this is,
Oh, I see.
yeah. I mean, he's on a commercial lot. He is in a commercial business. I mean, I think that it's fine. I think there's laws about, I mean, if this was in a residential neighborhood surrounded by.
You could say
Mr.
5 gallons.
the
or
other-
less.
Yes, hold on a sec.
How about only
5 gallons
incidental
or less.
storage?
The
Yeah.
other thing with this, when you include conditions, they have to be enforceable, and
Yeah.
the zoning enforcement officer or the building inspector acting as the zoning enforcement officer has no authority to go on the site and start looking through storage containers. So
Right.
it's going to be something that even if we received a complaint, we couldn't reasonably go
Well,
investigate. So
except
it
if
would be better-
something blows up, whose fault is it?
I mean,
Yeah.
The owner.
of course, it's not the planning board's.
And listen, I think there's nothing wrong with saying the incidental storage of gas and leave it at
That's
that.
actually a good
I'm-
point.
Yes,
I'm fine with that.
okay. So anyone in the public? I would entertain a motion.
Now, is this, sorry, are we, with these storage containers, we tend to approve them for a period of time. We did one for a set for 3 years because it was, you know, requested. We've generally been doing them for a year. Have it be year to year. I mean, this lot seems to be really used for a landscape contractor and that it will continue to be in that use, and they require these for their business. So it seems maybe excessive to have them come back every year when, you know, maybe can we make it contingent on it that they can be there until the use changes?
I'm fine with that.
I mean, what,
Maybe until the use or the
Ownership changes.
I don't know if it's ownership. I think they're leasing. If
Oh,
they
they
if
are.
they own it, they may be
It's
leasing, but
different.
until the applicant
It's
or the
because
use
of the lease.
changes, right?
yeah.
hold on, hold on.
Yeah,
Permit.
I think
Okay.
that's a good call. All right, entertain a motion to close public hearing.
Motion to close.
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, as for the merits,
So to be the property owner, negative Nancy, that I was, I will give the motion to close up, to approve the application as submitted with
Okay.
incidental.
and with the
Proviso, we review it every year.
No,
So the
doesn't.
approval is
but-
only for this applicant.
no,
So if
sorry.
if the control of the property or the app or the.
Changes there may need.
that changes.
And so we're changing condition 3 to be incidental
Yes.
That's my motion.
unless incident.
Mhm.
Okay, we're all good with that.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Howard? Aye. Perfect. All right, other business, there is no master plan update on the 15th.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
sorry, before we go through all of that, I'd like to make a comment. So I've been sitting here kind of ruminating over the decision and the vote that we made with the workforce housing at Weedale Road. And I think the problem, the suggestion that I would like to make, which is not specific to that application, is that we have some time to discuss occupancy limits. And I'd actually like to make a motion that at a future meeting, we discuss occupancy limits. And let me tell you why. We have occupancy limits based on extenuating factors, but we don't, like septic. But we don't have an idea that we got ourselves into a situation where we had shrinkflation of occupancy of this house. They made more and more smaller bedrooms. They put more people in because of the more and more smaller bedrooms. And then suddenly we are in a position of approving something based on not taking away housing from people. It's been brought up at the joint meeting that we had about housing that we had with the Affordable Housing Trust. I think someone mentioned at that meeting, you know, at some point we have to talk about housing limits. And I think we're just going to see this more and more, and we owe it to communities to talk about, based on different zoning districts, based on different area use of land, what is an appropriate number of people who are not related living in a house together for an extended period of time.
I'm not opposed to that, but I'm not sure that that is our purview. That sounds more like a Department of Health purview. Does staff have input on
But
that?
if we have a number attached to it on that
We have
bylaw,
what?
that we have a number attached to that bylaw, that's what kind of makes it fall into our lap.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I don't think it's a
Although,
Department of Health issue. I
you know,
mean,
I agree with.
we have single family zoning, and you know, we're talking about people in houses in single family districts that aren't families. So, but I don't know. What do you think, Leslie?
Regulating what a family is not a road we want to go down for sure.
Mhm.
Actually, communities have gotten away from that. You know, we have human habitation codes and other codes to regulate how many people can be in a room. I mean, maybe the room sizes that are proposed are less than what different individuals think is okay, but we have laws in place for that. So, you know, if the planning board wants to talk about maybe changing the neighborhood employee housing to something other than what it is, I mean, we can talk about that and we can talk about bylaw changes, but I think drifting into other jurisdictions and other codes is something that you should stay away from.
I think that's
If you're insistent, then I think that they go to council and ask, in fact, if that's really in the purview, and if in fact the planning board has the right to restrict occupancy levels beyond
so
health department and other people that have appropriate laws.
yeah, I mean, I just think we've identified, you know, something that clearly needs more work. And we were put in a box where we felt that it was too dense, but then we were taking away housing. And why were we taking away housing? Well, because the bedrooms got smaller and smaller, the people got more and more. And this is a zoning issue. So I don't know if my motion should be, can we set aside time to talk about this? I just don't want to have this come up in a crisis again. Or should we ask for advice? I don't know, Mr.
Well, I think
Chair.
we should ask for advice from town council to see if it is in our purview. But I do think, I'm sorry.
No, go
Howard,
ahead.
that a more appropriate discussion would be workforce housing and how maybe an occupancy limit pertains to that per square
Okay.
foot or per bedroom size or something,
All right.
but so I think I would ask staff to to send a letter to town council and ask them if occupancy limits is something that's in our purview.
Related in general
Eh,
and related to workforce
yeah,
housing.
Yeah.
All right,
More
I,
importantly related to workforce housing, but in general, I
I'd
think.
like to make that motion.
Okay.
Can we
so-
just get another comment on that?
Yeah.
Real quick. So let's keep in mind two things. One, and I agree, and as a planning board member, not to be straying into other codes.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that workforce housing, employee housing is creating a higher density use than a single family zone.
Yeah, but
Hold
Stephen,
on a
this
second.
is what we're gonna have the discussion about.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
but this is relevant to what gets asked of town council, so I would appreciate a moment to speak. That it's not whether we veer into other codes, it's does the planning board have the authority to work to support zoning bylaws that put a limitation on the number of people? And I think they do, and why I say that is because simply we've already established, we promoted that only up to 18 can be in a neighborhood employee zone. So by that virtue of that fact, we do have control to some extent. So the point is by asking, can the planning board get involved in occupancy? It's a very broad question, and the answer an attorney is typically going to say is, well, there's options and opportunities and contingencies and all these other things. But I think the idea is, does the planning board have the authority, and I don't think we need to ask town council this, to review zoning bylaws or to work to promulgate zoning bylaws that involve occupancy limits for certain uses? We've already done that with neighborhood employee housing. It's in the books.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
So I did make a motion. My motion is that we would ask for advice on all of these things. You guys know what it is, and that we would set aside time to talk about the advice and in particular, the neighborhood workforce housing.
We need to vote on
Do I have a
that?
second?
Hold on. I mean, I'll second it.
You can vote if you want. I mean, we've heard you. It seems like there's consensus.
Yeah, I don't.
But I would discourage further discussion so we don't.
Yeah,
veer
Yeah,
into
I
this one.
don't think we should vote on it, but I
Yeah.
think we all agree. And yeah,
Thank you.
I'll make sure it gets shepherded on. Not that I need
I
to.
gotta run for the planning board.
But Leslie, just real quick
Oh,
on this.
okay.
I asked this before, I think.
You can have my. seat.
When did we adopt that bylaw? Do you know? Is that murky like LC zoning? Which I'm so glad, but I forgot about it, and I'm so glad we found that.
Huh? Where we want.
It used to be the neighborhood employee housing overlay district, the
Okay.
NEOD. And then we folded it into just the use chart when we did that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was a kind of somewhat of a housekeeping existing thing. Okay.
We adjourning? Do we?
I was
gonna
unplug my thing, but we can adjourn.
Is there, so we'll have another time to have this planning board joint meeting about our master plan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Motion to close the meeting.
Okay. Second.
Second, yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, guys. Sorry about that.
Oh.